All right, we're back. Sorry about that. You know, to do the old turn it off, turn it back on thing. And see if that worked. Am I back live? Am I live now? We're better, right? See? Turn it off, turn it back on. It always works. Yeah, you got to blow in the cartridge. Yo, thank you, GV Lucky Boy, for that tier 1 sub. Thank you, Poisonous Panda, for that sub. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Nice King, for the tier 1 sub. Jay Stewart with the sub. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The Hook Shot with the sub. Appreciate it. You guys rock. Thank you so much for the supports, and thank you for being here. Happy Monday to you all. Today is a Monday to rule all Mondays. The Monday. What's up, Tom? 32 months. Thank you. Appreciate you, Tom. Thank you, Matt Wish, with the tier 1 sub in the 35 months. Ryu Kage with the 36-month, 3-year celebration. Yo, let's go. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much. You guys like my duck? Do you like my duck? Look at him. Look at my duck, bro. Analyze the duck. Thank you, Ridgeway, with the 5 gifted subs. Working on a hype train over here. Ridgeway with 69 gifted subs so far. Let's go. Ninja Pengui, Anthony G. Dang, that's a lot of hype. I didn't realize how much you guys like the duck. It should just be duck camp. I could run my own duck stream. There we go. I know. He's lifestyle. All right, here's the crazy thing. That duck. Thank you, JT, for that sub as well. Appreciate you, JT. JT Van Neek, the prime sub in the 3 months. Utam. Yo, thank you, Utam. Appreciate you. Thank you, Darth Dragus, for the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you, guys. Dang, I'm feeling the love today. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot, guys. Thank you. Thanks for helping me get through the first half of my workday. You got it. Stuffing butt. Thank you, Swizzerton, for the 500 bits. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the hype. You got a hype train going on. That's crazy. Yeah, thank you, Amik. I know. The ticket payout for the GLC was so sick. Right, honestly, if you played... The way to get the prize wall tickets was to play in the Gym Leader Challenge side events at NAIC. They doubled the prize payout. So you got 400 tickets. To give you a point of comparison, all right, for the Gym Leader Challenge side events, it was $10 to enter, right? Lambo Genie, 3 gifted subs. Thank you, Lambo. Appreciate you, Lambo. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Morris, with the gifted sub. Yeah, so like, all right, to give you the prize payout was awesome for the sidewall, for sure. To give you an idea of the rates, the Gym Leader Challenge side events were $10 to enter. They were capped at 4 rounds, but you got paid out in tickets based on wins. So if you went 4-0, right, there were 109 players in the first one, and there were 115 in the second one, and then there were like 67 in the third one. Yeah, NAIC was just like a big arcade for adults. True. Thank you, Yoshi, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Dormaro, for the 15 bits. Thank you. So, yeah, it was $10 entry. If you went 4-0, you got 400 tickets. To give you an idea of the conversion rate, okay, a booster pack was 10 tickets. So a booster box was 360 tickets. So you could pay $10. If you go 4-0, you get a booster box plus some packs, right? Or you could roll it back and go again. So I went 4-0, right, in the first one with the Lightning Gym Leader Challenge deck, which I was showing all right here. This is my favorite in all of the time that I have ever. Thank you, Quinn, for that tier 1 sub. The gift, I appreciate you, Quinn. In all of the time that I have played the Pokemon trading card game, this collection of cards right here is my favorite deck that I've ever played. This is my favorite deck. Yeah. Across all formats, across all of the years, this is my favorite collection of cards to play. Right here. Thank you, Stexon, for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you, Stexon. Thank you. Yeah, this is my favorite collection of cards. It's so fun, dude. It's so fun. And it makes me so happy to see other people having fun enjoying Gym Leader Challenge format. I had a lot of people come up to me and just say, hey, I'm having a blast. This is the most fun that I've had playing Pokemon. You know, this is my first time playing this format. There were a lot of people co-signing on the format saying they were loving it. And yeah, this is my favorite collection of cards that I've ever played. It's just, it's great. I love it. The strategy involved with you know, the strategy and all of that involved with the gameplay. I mean, it's just top notch. Thank you, Shadow Knight, for that Prime sub in the 12 months. Appreciate you. Kai says it was my first time playing paper Gym Leader Challenge. And you're absolutely building a paper deck now. That's what I'm saying. Like the paper Gym Leader Challenge in paper, that is the optimal way to play. For sure. It is yeah, it's so fun. Now I've made some changes to my lists lately. If you're, you know, Gym Leader Challenge curious. The Parallel City is new, and the Avery is new. The Ball Guy Hisui and Heavy Ball combo is new. And I cut the Electrode from the list. The argument for cutting Electrode is that you really just want Zebstrika in play so you can use Hisui and Heavy Ball to make sure that you have access to that Blitzel more often than not. I also cut Town Map because you can't use Town Map, then use Hisui and Heavy Ball. So I feel like it's like one or the other. You obviously could play both, but you'd have to play them in the correct order. You'd have to Hisui and Heavy Ball, then Town Map, and I don't want to mess around with that. Since Town Map says flip over your... Or no, Hisui and Heavy Ball says that you have to look at your face down prizes. So if they're face up, you can't look at them. But yes. So I feel like this build right here is extremely consistent, and that's how I've been doing very well with it. It is just it's very consistent. It is very aggressive. Just a great list. Definitely love it. It has been a lot of fun. So yes, Gym Leader Challenge was a blast. I went 4-0 in the first one, 3-1 in the second one. Lost to a Psychic deck. The Psychic deck was tough to beat for sure, because they have Bench Barrier, Mew, right? And then also they spread lots of damage counters, and the Lightning guys don't have a lot of hit points. That's kind of like their thing. So yeah, the spread damage eventually was able to get the best of me there. So I went 3-1 in the second event, and that got me 200 prize wall tickets. So again, keep in mind, I got 400 prize wall tickets for the first one, which is like a booster box and then some. And then I got 200 prize wall tickets for the second one for going 3-1. So I had 600 prize wall tickets, which is almost enough for 2 booster boxes, after only paying $20 to play in the side events. So it's like awesome value, right? With 600 tickets, I was only 200 tickets away from getting a Switch Lite. I was 200 tickets away. There was a lot of really cool stuff at 800 tickets. But the coolest thing on the prize wall was this guy right here. The life-size Psyduck with a retail value of $280, currently sold out at thepokemoncenter.com. A very rare specimen indeed. 1,000 tickets required to get this duck. Now, here's the deal. It is at all times and in all situations fiscally irresponsible to purchase a plushie that costs more than $200. Let me say that again. It is at all times and in all situations. I'm not judging anybody, but I want you to know that it is at all times and in all situations fiscally irresponsible to buy a stuffed animal that costs more than $200, right? So I would have never, as much as I may have wanted a life-size plushie, I don't know that I would ever spend the $280 required to obtain this duck. Thank you, Jon Snow, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. But $20 worth of side event entries got me to 600 tickets. Fortunately, I also had some friends who had done well. Thank you, Victor, for that tier 1 sub in the 13 months. Had some friends who did well in the side events also. My buddy Sean Lydon was able to go 4-0 in the second Gym Leader Challenge with my Water Gym Leader Challenge deck, which is sick. So Sean had 400 tickets to mess around with. And our lovely mod, Andrew Ionios, also had 200 tickets. So I made a little dealio and offered to buy them both dinner for 200 tickets, to which they pitched in and helped me to get to the 1,000 tickets that I needed for the glorious duck. So that is how we obtained the duck. Both Sean Lydon and Ionios were kind enough to spare 200 tickets apiece. And then I bought them a nice dinner afterwards. Well, Ionios did give me the tickets as charity, yes. Ionios didn't know that I was buying him dinner. I just did it. I picked up his check. I told Sean that I was going to buy him dinner. Ionios just handed me the tickets. But I did pick up his check as a thank you. Because the duck is glorious. I don't know what else Sean spent his extra tickets on. You'd have to ask Sean. But yes, I could have stuck around Sunday and played in Sunday's Gym Leader Challenge event and attempted to go 4-0 again to get 400 more tickets to get the duck. But with a little help from the friends, we were able to obtain the duck. Which actually, like, we decided that the duck was going to be the best EV on the ticket ratio, because like if you get like a Switch or something, right? There was a Switch at 800 tickets. The Switch Lite goes for like what, $200 or something. I mean, a booster box is $100. So if you're spending 360 tickets on a booster box, I mean, it's almost like the booster box was like good EV as well. But the duck was $280 on the Pokemon Center and sold out. So then you take into consideration that it's a sold out item that's difficult to obtain, right? And, you know, the rare factor. Yeah, the rare factor, I think, is what sold me on the duck. It's got to be the duck. Because then, and the thing is that I already have a Switch. I could just go get, like, a Switch wherever. You could go to a Walmart and get a Switch. The duck is rare, bro. That's a rare duck. And it's a life-size duck. And, as I said previously, it is at all times and in all situations fiscally irresponsible to spend $280 on a life-size Psyduck stuffed animal. But if you're able to win, okay, if you're able to win a life-size $280 Pokemon stuffed animal, now that's just fine. Yeah. Winning an expensive Pokemon stuffed animal, that's fine. I could justify that. So we strapped it in the Jeep and we brought it home, and now here he is. He's part of the studio. And he's going to live here forever. So, welcome our newest member of the gym, Psyduck. So, that was the story of Gym Leader Challenge. Now, I did play in the Gym Leader Challenge side events because I did bad again during the standard event. It felt like there was very little I could do about it. It was sad. I went 3-3 drop. I started 2-0. It was like going well. Had a heartbreaker in a game 3 after a Marnie and a mirror. Got donked by a Mew deck. Had another Arceus Inteleon matchup where I opened unplayable hands. It felt terrible, honestly. I didn't even have fun. Yeah, it was miserable playing standard format. It just was. I didn't have fun. My deck barely worked. It was like a very similar list that we played at Milwaukee. Me and the group decided to play. Riley was able to secure his invite with the top 256 with the same list. Mike Zealy actually made day 2 with the same list. So Mike Zealy from Full Grip. So definitely, stoked for him. He had a shot at earning his invite if he would have finished in the top 32, but unfortunately lost his last match. So didn't end up finishing super high, but he did make day 2. And yeah, man. I mean, even if you watch the finals, right? Like, how much did Isaiah really have a shot? In the games that Isaiah lost, so like in the game that Isaiah won, Azul didn't have a chance. In the 2 games Isaiah lost, Isaiah didn't have a chance. That's this format, right? Like that's it, bro. Like Isaiah got bodied the 2. I mean, because his opening hands were terrible, right? So like he opened 2 bad hands, and then in game 1, Isaiah just like blasted Azul turn 2, which is exactly how the format goes, right? So there was like, yeah, it was exciting to like watch the finals, but like also in some ways it felt like there was not a lot of like interactive play happening. Like Isaiah, the 2 games Isaiah lost, I mean, basically he was just like, yeah, it was like Isaiah could have scooped both of those games 2 turns earlier, but like obviously is in like a $5,000 money match is not going to do that, right? Like could have scooped those games 2 turns earlier in a 4-turn game. You know what I mean? Like, like it was like that bad. You know what I mean? But that's standard. Like that's just standard. I feel like the production and everything made it like a good spectating experience. Absolutely. Yes. But I'm saying, like, when you have these decks that just, like, when you have these decks that are just so hyper aggressive and take so many, you know, knockouts so quickly, it's just like, yeah. I didn't get to watch top 4 Azul versus Sander, but I am extremely proud of everybody who did well. I am extremely proud of Azul for winning. I mean, that's a huge accomplishment. And very thrilled that Azul was able to bring it home for Full Grip Games. So that's awesome. Also, Azul's first international championship win. Very, very cool, and very excited for Azul. Isaiah's had an incredible season as well. So, you know, definitely huge props to Isaiah. And I think that, like, Isaiah kind of has it right in trying to, in his, like, deck building philosophy. If you look at, thank you, Luke, for that tier 1 sub in the 9 months. If you look at Isaiah's, like, deck building philosophy, it's just like 4 battle VIP pass. Why? Because all that matters is your first turn. So, like, I actually agree. Like, Isaiah's deck building philosophy is just embracing how bad the format is, right? It's like, it's embracing that all that matters is turn 1. All that matters is turn 2, right? I play 4 cross switcher because all that matters is going turn 1 battle VIP pass, turn 2 double cross switcher. That's all that matters. So, like, I agree with Isaiah's deck building philosophy over the course of the last 2 weekends, and that obviously, like, worked out for him. So I think that, you know, he was able to kind of able to deduce where the game is at, and was able to build the perfect turn 1, turn 2 deck, right, for this format, which is exactly how he was able to make his way, you know, into the finals. Thank you, Chris Gold, for the Prime sub. Yeah, deck building for 3 turns, right? Because if you think about it, like, why would I play 4 battle VIP pass in a deck, you know, that already plays a Rita? It's because it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if I get Roxanne into those battle VIP passes later. It doesn't matter if, like, you know, my deck is going to be clunked up or whatever, because all that matters is turn 1, turn 2, right? No, I think overall, I disagree. I think the format's pretty trash right now. Having played the game for like 10 years, I just don't like it. It's not very interactive. I've played a lot of better formats than this one. But that's standard Pokemon. I mean, it just is what it is. Maybe I'm getting older. Maybe my patience for, you know, a 3-turn game of Pokemon is, like, dwindling. You know, maybe my patience for, like, games that are decided so quickly is dwindling. Maybe it's because I'm 33 years old and it's like, what's the point of, like, shuffling up and actually sitting down for a game if you're out of it on the first or second turn? Like I said, watching the finals, right, should be, like, the most skill-intensive game between 2 of the top players. And like I said, Isaiah could have scooped on turn 2 both those games. There was no chance. In the 2 games he lost, right? And then in the game that Azul lost, he was, like, very clearly out of it and had no chance on you know what I mean? So, like, in the finals, both players could have scooped on turn 2 or 3 in their respective losing games. Yeah. It was like, that's not good, you know? The format, and it's like, and the decks have to be built so greedily that they just are like that, right? It's just like, cool, I got turn 2, gust your guy, knock it out. Now I'm going to win, right? Thank you, Carrot Sticks, for the tier 1 sub. And like I said, huge props to Isaiah for, like, identifying that about the format and building the perfect turn 1, turn 2 deck with 4 VIP pass, 4 Arita, 4 cross switcher. That's it, right? So I think that was, like, I think that makes sense because, like, when you play this format enough, when you play this format enough, you realize all I need is to have the perfect turn 1, turn 2, and that's going to help me to win the most amount of games. And Isaiah was able to turn that into a $5,000 strategy, right? So, like, that made a lot of sense. And Azul played the counter to that strategy, right? Just saying, like, I'm just gonna try and play 4-path Arceus, which is like the one-man band, and set up the counter Pokemon, right? So, like, you had the BDIF, the perfect turn 1, turn 2 deck against the counter deck in the finals, and both decks could have basically scooped on turn 2 of their respective losses, because that's just like how it is. But yeah, no. I think that my patience for formats like this is like kind of dwindling. It gets exhausting. It gets exhausting to like sit down and emotionally invest yourself into a game that's over so fast, right? I do think Sanders' deck was very cool. Sanders' deck was cool, right? And definitely huge props to Sander and his group for cracking that control deck. It was a Mewtwo v Union control deck. Right. That just tanks and heals with Mewtwo v Union. Now, Azul was able to defeat it because Azul was playing Crobat VMAX and was also playing a Palpad and a Phoebe to get through Miltank. So Azul had like the perfect text list to deal with Sanders' list. So, no. Oh, Voal? No, I felt this way about this format the entire pandemic. I've felt this way. I have been talking about the card design being bad in the Pokemon TCG since tag teams. This is not like a new phenomena. Yes. No, dude. No. Since tag teams, the game design in the Pokemon TCG has been, you know, I mean, I'm talking 3 years, bro. You know, it's been bad. Yes, for sure. I mean, I top 8'd Collinsville with a deck that just went 300 damage turn 2, bop, 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 bop. Yeah, I've even done well with decks that do this, right? You know, I get it. Yes. Yeah, I literally created a new format, which is, in my opinion, just a better way to play Pokemon cards. Yeah, in my opinion. And I think that a lot of people are having that experience as well, which is like super reaffirming for me. But I think it's fine. Standard is what standard is. It just is. But I think it's important that we explore other ways to enjoy the Pokemon TCG, because like, for me personally, I'm exhausted sitting down and setting up checkmate on turn 2. That to me is like, bro, what's the point? What's the solution for standard? There is none. You just create a new format. There's no, in my mind, so long as Pokemon V and their equivalent evolutions exist, there's no solution. Because even if you look at like Giratina V-Star one-hit KOs other V-Stars, right? So like that's the whole point. It's like you keep creating these stage 1s that one-hit KO all the other 2-prize Pokemon. So it's like, dude, like what gives, you know? It's just every single Pokemon V is just built to one-hit KO other Pokemon Vs or other things like that. So I think that the best solution for the game design is to make it so that multi-prize Pokemon don't evolve from other multi-prize Pokemon. I think that's like the biggest error in the way that the game is designed right now. If you look at like game 1 of the finals, right? Thank you, Dizzy Nitrum, for the tier 1 sub. If you look at game 1 of the finals, right, where basically it's like, Azul has like no liabilities on his bench and has a pretty reasonable turn 1, but has like an Arceus V with an energy on it, and Isaiah's deck is just able to just gust it up, use V-Star power, blast his thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, okay, it takes a third of the game on turn 2. So you're saying that Azul had lost a third of the game before he was able to play his second turn. You know what I mean? So, like, Azul didn't draw that bad, bro. He had an Arceus down with an energy. That's not bad. That's, like, fine. Like, what more do you want on the first turn of the game? I have a 220 hit point Pokemon with an energy on it, you know? And it's just like, and it just gets blasted, you know? So it's like, it'd be different if that Pokemon that got gusted gave up 1 prize, but it's giving up a third of the game. So it's just like, it's like Azul didn't even have a chance in that game. There was no chance. There was no chance. There was no chance. So he had to scoop, right? Are multi-prize Pokemon good for the game at all? That's like a very valid question, right? I think that's a very valid question. I think that multi-prize Pokemon can exist well in the format, but that they have to be balanced appropriately. I think that, like, the pre-tag team GXs, I think, were balanced in, like, a pretty good way. They evolved. There were stage 1 GXs. There were stage 2 GXs. There were basic GXs, right? Yeah. The pre-tag team GXs were, like, actually balanced. But the V-Stars are just, like, insane. V-Stars, V-Maxes, yeah, it's just, yeah. So, my final game, you know, I start off 3-2. Well, I start off 2-0, and then I lose a heart-crushing Marnie brick, right, in game 3 of a mirror. And then I win one, and then I lose another one, just like heart-crushing. I research away like 3 Palkia V-Star and 2 Drizziles, you know, on like the third turn of the game after dead drawing a few turns. Just absolutely trash. And then it's fine. Had another heartbreaker, right? And so I'm like 3-2, and I'm like, it's fine. I'm shaking it off. I'm staying positive. And then, like, in my final game against Mew VMAX, game 1, I prize my path to the peak, and my opponent just out-trades me. Game 2, I start Palkia Pass, and my opponent donks me. So it was just like, you know, I'm cool, bro. You know, I'm cool. Turn 1 Meloetta for, like, 240 damage or whatever. The list was like the same list that Riley top-8'd with last week. We just changed 2 cards. Thank you, Shadowfax, for the tier 1 sub. So it was a good list. I mean, it was the list that Riley literally top-8'd the regional with the weekend before. And my buddy Mike Zealy did day 2 with the list. So it was a fine list. You know, I think that Isaiah had the correct... Isaiah had the correct deck building philosophy for the event, which is just to embrace the true degeneracy of the format and build a deck that has perfect turn 1s, turn 2s. So I think that the 4 VIP pass, the 4 Arita, just build your deck as greedy as possible, get a turn 1 VIP pass, get a turn 2 double cross switcher, knock out their guy, and win as many games as possible by doing that. I think that that's the best deck building philosophy for this format. And I think Isaiah cracked the code on that, and that's why he did well. Right? With the Palkia deck. It's just, but it was going to be hard for me to build a deck like that, because in my mind, that's such a a greedy deck building philosophy, but I don't think that I had maybe truly come to terms with the state of the format, and that is what's required, right? Just build the perfect turn 1, turn 2, gust their guy, knock their dude out. Like, build that deck. Just embrace what it is. This is what you need to do. You know? Build the most broken Palkia deck you can. So. Do I think that they could fix it over a couple of years? I just don't think that they care to. I think that they like this. So it's like, it is what it is. Like, I think that the people designing the cards like this pace of the game. And that's fine. I don't. You know, I don't personally like the direction or pace of the game. But, like, I think the people designing the game do. So that's fine. I think that, you know, for me, I prefer to play games more like Gym Leader Challenge, right? I prefer a more methodical game where there's like real comeback potential and, you know, lots of micro decisions and things like that, where the game might take a whole 30 minutes and not because each player's turn lasts 8 minutes. I had turns where I was playing Palkia and Tellian where my turn literally took almost 10 minutes. Like, I had turns where I had so many game actions in my turn that it seems like my turn was never ending. I felt like I had the deck in my hands getting whatever I wanted, and I obviously won those games. Yes. I very clearly, I had turns where my turn was taking so long that my opponent just scooped. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my turn was taking so long that at the national championships, my opponent was like, you know what? Yeah, you got it, bro. Well, here's the deal, Chris. Yo, thank you, Blast Boys, for that sub. I appreciate it. And Andrew McBride. Here's the deal, is if you have a good enough format, you don't even need to play best of 3. Gym Leader Challenge best of 1 feels fine. Because for the longest time, Pokemon was a best of 1 format, right? Pokemon was best of 1 up until like 2015. Pokemon's not a game designed for best of 3. It's not. Magic is. But Pokemon's not designed for best of 3. And it's still best of 1 in Japan. Imagine playing this current standard in best of 1. Would you do it? Would you go to a national championships to play this standard in best of 1? And how would you feel coming out of it? Because that's what they do in Japan. So, like, why are you answering no? Why are there so many laughs and no? With people saying that, no, I wouldn't play this format in a best of 1. Why? That's how the game designers have designed it. And that's how the game designers are playing it in Japan. Are you saying no because saying no because you're saying that standard's not that good of a format? Right? If I could guarantee Arceus Energy going first, then sure. Right. Standard has too much variance, too little comeback potential. You're out of the game too fast. Thank you, T-Bob, for that tier 1 sub. Best of ones are a joke regardless of the design. I don't agree with that. I think that I think there are certain formats that can exist in a best of one. If you've ever played any of the early Wizards of the Coast formats, there's a reason why Pokemon was not best of 3 for the longest time. Right? 2006. You ever played 2006 format? That's not a best of 3 format. You ever played any of like 2004? Right? You played 2004 format? It's not a best of 3 format. Your best of 3 might take you 2 hours. Now, Azul and Isaiah played incredibly. They did an amazing job, and I am extremely proud of how well they did. Like I said, I truly believe that Isaiah cracked the code for the perfect Palkia list for this event. Why? Because it is the best turn 1, turn 2 deck in the format. Azul played the perfect anti-meta deck for this event, and Azul is also one of the best players in the world and was able to turn his 10-0 start into a amazing NAIC championship victory, right? But after I've spent a significant portion of this year playing multiple formats, right? I mean, I've spent like a huge portion of this year playing Gym Leader Challenge and playing Standard, and I can say definitively that, like, I don't like Standard. It feels too high roll. Like, you sit down and you either blast your opponent or get blasted. Yeah. And Azul had like a tough go. I mean, if you think about it, look at Azul's season, right? I mean, Azul's season, he had a tough time for many events, and then finally something clicked here in the last 2, right? Yeah, finally something clicked. And he was able to find that perfect deck and pilot it perfectly. Yes. But for a long time, Azul was also kind of... it's not like Azul has just been like barreling through this format effortlessly. Like he's one of the best players in the world, and he's had a pretty rough go of it as well. So, yeah, I have to say that real question, if setting up perfectly on turn 1 is the most important thing, why hasn't Mew VMAX had more success? Mew VMAX is a deck that everybody, a lot of players try to counter, and also it doesn't set up perfectly turn 1 every game. You ever played Mew VMAX? My goodness, the turn 1 hands with Mew VMAX can be hot. They can also be cold. How many of you guys have had terrible opening hands with Mew VMAX? I wouldn't even argue that Mew VMAX has the most consistent turn 1 hands. Yeah. It has terrible opening hands like anything else. Oh, yeah. Man. That's every deck. Yeah. But the difference in standard format is that your ability to come back from a poor start is lower than it's ever been in the history of the Pokemon TCG. Yeah. That's the difference, is that you're out of the game faster and your ability to come back is lower than it has ever been. Yes, obviously all games that are card games have variants. Duh, dude. Like, I've been playing card games for a decade. You know? I invented Gym Leader Challenge. I have been designing formats for a long time, right? Believe it or not, I know a thing or two about game design, you know? And I think that, you know, maybe it's I'm just too old now, and I just, like, my patience for, you know, maybe I'm just, like, since I'm kind of a game designer now, maybe my patience is dwindling since I'm a game designer and I don't agree with the game design of Standard. So, like, maybe that's affecting my perception of the format. Thank you, Peter the Lizard, for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, maybe that's, you know, maybe that's affecting it. Yeah, you've looked behind the curtain and it's changed my perception forever. That's what I'm saying. It has. It has. It's tough. It's like if you're a musician, you can't, like, just listen to music anymore. you pick it apart. Right? It's like the same thing. If you're a cook, you can't just, like, eat food anymore. You've been watching since the YouTube days. I just got back into it during Evolving Skies. Do I prefer a faster format where there's more variety of decks, or do you like rock, paper, scissors format where there are slower games, but you're used to seeing more of the same cards? My first set was during Delta Species, so I've never played through the tag team era. I enjoyed this format because there's more variety than is the Fusion Strike format where there are 2 to 3 decks. Well, I think that, well, right now, how many decks are there? Really? Is it not just Palkia stuff, Arceus stuff, and Mew stuff? For the most part. Obviously, Sander was a perfect meta call for the event. But, like, Sander's deck is not like a true meta competitor because a single dark attacker, you know, just kills it, right? There still aren't a lot of decks right now. There's not a lot of variety right now. Oh, Voal, what are you trying to say? Like, what are you trying to say, Oval? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that? You trying to say that Standard's in a great spot right now? You know, thank you, Scuba Shuba, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. I mean, there's not like a. I think it's fine. I think that Standard is just what Standard is. Right? Yeah, Standard is what Standard is. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying, I'm someone who loves card design and loves game design, and I think about it all the time as someone who is, like, leading my own format now, right? Then thinking about game design and card interactions is something that I do all the time, every day, constantly, right? Thinking about how can players have the most fun possible playing Pokemon cards. This is something that I spend the majority of my time thinking about. How can we get more people into the Pokemon trading card game? How can we get more people to enjoy their experiences in the trading card game? This is something that I think about on, like, on like a macro scale, right? So part of what's going to help this game grow, right? If we're thinking about our goal is to help the Pokemon trading card game grow and reach new audiences. Is this kind of game design in which players feel bullied out of the game in the first couple of turns, is this kind of game design good for introducing new people to the Pokemon TCG? Is this kind of game design where I gust up your 2-prizer and take a third of the game on turn 2? Is this kind of game design, you know, good for if Pokemon cards are going to, exist in 50 years? If the Pokemon TCG is going to exist in 100 years, it's an existential question, right? It's an existential question. Like, is it good for the, does it feel fun to lose? I think that one of the biggest things for like the health of a game and game design is that a game has to feel validating to win and lose, right? And I think that that's something that the Pokemon TCG in standard format has wrong right now, is it doesn't feel fun to lose. Whereas like in a format more like Gym Leader Challenge, it's more rewarding to lose, right? Because you got to actually play the game, right? For the most part. So like, I think that that's something from like a game design standpoint that needs to be addressed. Like, you want to have a game where both players feel like they have like an adequate chance to execute their strategies, and that in-game decisions were the biggest cause of the win or the loss, right? So I get that things have to change. I get it. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I don't think that there's any fixing standard. You just let it be what it is. It just is what it is. And just let it exist. But I do hope that the Pokemon company starts to invest in other ways for people to enjoy the Pokemon TCG. Because in my mind, there's more game in the Pokemon TCG than what's getting broadcasted in standard. There's more to the game. There's more to the game than that. In my mind. So on that note, there were over 100 players playing in each of the Gym Leader Challenge side events at the North American International Championships, which was huge. On Saturday, we had 2 events with over 100 players. This is a grassroots format that the players are, promoting and taking charge of, right? That the players are taking charge of. And that, the players are leading. Yeah, Zeno's got it right. If you're a good Gym Leader Challenge player playing versus a Gym Leader Challenge noob that is playing all the glowing cards, then you'll always win. And that's not the case with Standard. Yes, this is something that me and my friends had, like, the skill gap in Gym Leader Challenge is bigger than the skill gap in Standard. The difference between an experienced player and a new player in Gym Leader Challenge is like, it's like an ocean. It's so big. Whereas the skill gap in Standard, a bad player could beat a new player, or a bad player could beat a pro player, like, pretty easily. Like, I mean, that's just like, I don't even think that you can make the argument that's not the case, because it just is, right? Someone who is like very, very experienced is going to beat an inexperienced player more often in Gym Leader Challenge than they are in standard format. In standard format, that gap is going to be smaller. Yeah. Because there's less room for decision making, there's less turns on general. That's not true, JW, because Azul did poorly at many events, actually. So, no, that's not true. Azul had, like, a terrible run for, like, you know, many events. And then won, right? So, the skill gap in Gym Leader Challenge is definitely wider than it is in Standard, and the reason why is because there are more decisions to be made, a bigger card pool, and longer longer games in general, which just gives you more opportunities to out-navigate your opponent. Resources are more precious, decisions are harder to make. So, that's true. Some players I do feel like have a really firm grasp on this format. For sure. That's true. I mean, okay. In the 2020 season, I top 8 2 regionals and I got 10th at another, but I would still argue that there's more of a skill gap in Gym Leader Challenge than there was in that format, despite the fact that I was the one doing consistently well. Of course, there is still a relationship between being good and doing well. I'm not arguing that that relationship doesn't exist. What I'm saying is that there's a higher correlation in Gym Leader Challenge than there is in Standard. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there is correlation in one and not in the other. That's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying. Not even a little bit. So, what I'm saying is that, yes, and the relationship is also clearly there because there's like 10 plus rounds, large tournament, lots of rounds. Over the course of like best of 3, lots of rounds, you know, yes, you're going to have that. Obviously, the best players will rise to the top, and they consistently are. Right. But then you also have, situations where there's been, I'm not going to say it. But yeah, it's, what I'm saying is that there's, amongst me and a lot of the people that I was talking to, it feels like your skill gap goes further in Gym Leader Challenge than it does in Standard. So, that's an argument that I would make, and I would be curious to hear somebody make a counter argument. Yes. I would agree with that, Ahmed. Yes. A format where catcher is viable usually hints at a low skill ceiling. Yeah, thank you, Plants, for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I would agree with you that I'm a G. I think that the existence of Standard is important. I'm not like, I'm not like hating on Standard per se, but I don't like it. I don't like it for reasons that are valid. Right? And I think like reasons that have been very thoughtfully expressed. Thank you, Danny, for that sub. I appreciate you. Yeah, JW says, I think it's probably fair to say that skill expression in this format is mostly found via deck building and metagaming rather than actual in-game decision-making. And that's true. I would say that's true. You know, you look at, like, you know, our team was able to craft 2 top 8 decks in this format, right? We had Andrew Dankus top 8'd Secaucus with Arceus Inteleon. We had Riley Hulbert top 8'd Milwaukee with Palkia Inteleon. Like, our deck building as a team, right? Our deck building is there, right? I'm just saying, like, as a team, our deck building and our metagaming is there. And we did a good job. We got 2 top 8s. That's great. And I'm extremely proud of our team for getting that. You know, not to say that we didn't invest ourselves into the format or that we didn't succeed in some ways, right? It just didn't feel satisfying. What I'm saying is that despite the success of our team with 2 top 8s, it never felt satisfying to play in any of these standard events. It felt mostly bad. Yeah, it did. It felt mostly bad. It felt mostly like I was just praying for my opening hand to please be good. It's what every single game I was like, please, God, please let my opening hand not be trash, bro. Please, God, please. like, dude, that's like what it was like, man. That's what I was like. Every single game, I was like, please, God, let me go first. All right. Please, oh Lord, let my opening hand not be garbage. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it felt like. And I invested myself into this format, like, wholeheartedly. I did. I mean, me and the team, we grinded. We grinded a lot. I think that our team had a good Palkia Inteleon list. It was good enough to top 8 Milwaukee, and it was good enough to day 2 the North American International Championships. But we didn't have the best one. And I concede that Isaiah Bradner ended up, his team cracked the code. That team is absolutely bonkers right now. They're doing incredible with their deck building, their metagaming, except for that Inteleon VMAX deck. That was that one wasn't it. But, you swing for the fences. Sometimes you hit a home run. Sometimes you strike out. That's okay. Other than the Inteleon VMAX deck, Isaiah Bradner's team has been, like, batting 100, right? And they've been doing a great job with their deck building philosophies. I lost one of my winning-ins to day 2 at Milwaukee playing against Isaiah's list. I mean, I played against Rahul. Now, Rahul won the game, he went first. I won the game, I went first. And then Rahul won the game, he went first. Oh, batting 100's not very good. Batting 999. Sorry. Batting 1,000. That's it. Batting 1,000. Yeah. Sport balls. Thanks for the correction, though. What was wrong with the Inteleon VMAX deck? It wasn't very good. It was like the deck that they all did the worst with. So, yeah, I think that... that was a terrible way to lose. I mean, you're also, like, talking to me... Okay, I started 5-1 at Secaucus and ended 5-2-2 after, like, some terrible beats. I started 5-1 in Milwaukee and then ended 5-4 after potentially the worst 3 games of Pokemon in my life. And then I dropped 3-3 at Nationals after getting donked by Mew VMAX in my final round. Of course I'm sick of it, bro. Of course. Of course. I'm over it. Of course, bro. I'm ready to do something else. You know? Of course I am. I'm having a terrible time. Yes. No, it's not impossible for any Of course it's not impossible for someone to do well without a team, but like having a team helps, you know? And I am very proud of the successes that my team has had this year. For sure. Riley was able to secure his Worlds invite, got top 8 at Milwaukee. It's his 3rd regional top 8 of his career. JW was able to secure his Worlds invite. This season, he won a regional championship. His 2nd career regional championship win, which is also amazing. Andrew Dankus was able to win his first, or earn his first regional top 8 finish, which was huge. Michael Zeely also was able to win, or earn his first regional top 8 finish back in 2020 in Richmond, since this is all the same season, right? I mean, if you look at this season, technically, I was able to top 8 2 regionals and bubble out of top 8 at a 3rd. 2 of them with, I would say, highly original deck lists that I helped to create. The Snorlax VMAX deck in Collinsville 2020 and the Rowlet and Alolan Executor expanded deck at Richmond 2020. You know, all things said and done, I'm very proud of what the team was able to do. I'm very proud of this season. I don't like the state of the game right now, but that's just what it is. I mean, whenever you're doing something designed by, you know, somebody else, so you're just going to have that sometimes. So that's okay. That is what it is. For me personally, I'm very passionate about Gym Leader Challenge right now. I'm passionate about alternate ways to play the Pokemon TCG, and I think one of the reasons that I am so passionate about alternate ways to play the TCG is because, like, Standard's just been frustrating lately. That's not to say that it's not a skill-intensive format that players are doing really well in, and I have the utmost respect for the players that have been doing well, right? Like Azul. I mean, I've got nothing but love for that man. I mean, he's on the Full Grip team. I'm so excited he's able to bring it home for Full Grip. I'm thrilled. I think he made an amazing meta call, and he piloted it perfectly. Isaiah Bradner's had, like, an incredible season. I mean, I think Isaiah's team has kind of shown that they are, like, the team to look out for this year, right? I mean, they kind of, like, asserted themselves as, like, one of the best teams in the Pokemon TCG, if not, like, the most dominant group of deck builders and players in the Pokemon TCG right now. So you have to, you know, you have to put some respect on that. That's incredible. They've been doing an amazing job. So, huge props to Isaiah Bradner and his group of friends who have been inspiring with their deck building and metagaming. They're very dialed in right now, right? Very dialed in. You know, so those guys have been killing it. You know, and I'm proud of what our team was able to do, ultimately. You know, we had a good year. If we take everything big picture, we had a good year. Our team, you know, in the 2020 season was able to get a regional win. We were able to get what? 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5, 6. Like 7 regional top 8s or something like that. Like, we did great. I got 2, JW got 1, Zeely got 1, Dankus got 1. Yeah. I mean, we did great. Zeely was able to get into day 2 of NAIC. I mean, it was good stuff. Good stuff all around. But yeah, of course I've got some frustrations with Standard. It's been a frustrating year for me. This has been the hardest year. This back half of the season has been the most challenging portion of a season in any of the years that I've been playing the Pokemon TCG. This year's been a tough year. The weekend was fun, and it was fun because of Gym Leader Challenge. So I had a blast with that. Absolutely loved getting to participate in the Gym Leader Challenge side events. I had way more fun playing Gym Leader Challenge than I did playing Standard. I enjoyed the game that I lost playing Gym Leader Challenge more than any of the games that I lost playing Standard. It was more fun. I had a lot more fun. And I won a Psyduck. And he was great. I love my Psyduck. But yes, Gym Leader Challenge was a blast. I am very thankful for the Pokemon Company for hosting that format and giving players an opportunity to play. Like I said, there's over 100 players in each of Saturday's events and over 60 players in Sunday's event. And another thing that was a huge success is that there were multiple Pokemon Company International employees participating in the Gym Leader Challenge side events, and the head of product development at the Pokemon Company International also participated in the Gym Leader Challenge side event. So that was awesome. The guy who is in charge of creating products for the Pokemon Company, the trainer toolkits, the V battle decks, all of that. That guy, he was playing and introduced himself to me during Saturday's Gym Leader Challenge event. That was the highlight of my weekend and extremely humbling. So that was really, really freaking cool. Okay. And gives me a lot to be excited about and a lot to be hopeful for. So that was a big dub. And it was nice to be able to talk to that dude. This is the guy that's like Kenny's and Mia's boss, the head of that team. Was playing in the events. My first time meeting him. So that was sick. Very, very cool. Yeah. So, we got to keep doing what we do. Keep focusing on the positive. And yeah, and at this point, I just hope that Gym Leader Challenge is something that it's like enough people are having fun with it that enough people are having fun with Gym Leader Challenge that at this point it's just like it's kind of like spreading itself, which is the dream. Yo, what's up, Victor? Thank you so much for those 10 gifted subs. 237 gifted subs to the channel. I appreciate that, Victor. Thank you. Appreciate you, Victor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get some hype going for Victor Natty. Thank you, Victor. But yeah, so that was cool. Another thing that I noticed was, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but I noticed this. Did anybody notice that at the event, let's see. they were showing off a certain game on the big screens. Anybody notice this? Let's see, please don't crash. Please don't crash, bro. Please don't crash. Here it is. Okay. All I'm trying to do is just open an image. All right, here we go. Very good. Anybody notice? Very specific game they're showing off on the big screens. I did find this curious and also interesting. Yes, that their game of choice to show off. Sheesh. So you can take this as whatever kind of... Take this however you want, but... This is interesting. They are not... I guess, Brandon, my argument is that they used live for Top Deck Academy. Right? But now are dialing it back. So, like, it is a reversal. It is. It's a reversal. They have already set the precedent of using live in official productions with Top Deck Academy. And they could have very easily done it again. Right? So yes, they've definitely dialed it. They've dialed it back. I appreciate that, Amor. Thank you. That means a lot. This is new content created for, as you can see by the Palkias here. Right. This is new Astral Radiance content. Yeah. That they are showing off and creating on the Pokemon trading card game online. So that is it's interesting. It's interesting. The event Pikachu and Pogo has a live logo hat on. Yes, that is true. It's interesting. I mean, so it seems like since there's no statement from... Dang, why is my... Dude, my... Apple Music is, like, refusing to close right now. It's not even giving me the option to force quit. It's just, like... Just not working. That's fine. Oh, time to boot up TCGO. What's up, X Factor Steel? Thank you so much for that sub. So it's like there's no statement from the Pokemon Company about the state of the Pokemon trading card game live. So we have to go off of what we're seeing. And what we're seeing is that they are no longer promoting it on their official productions. So then we have to basically say, like, all right, so they are Steve Jerkel. No, that's not the case, because if he's making something for the Pokemon Company, they can accommodate live. They can, as they have done in other official productions. It's not like listen, it's not like what I'm saying is a pretty big deal that they decided to show off PTCGO, right? A client that has not even updated the artwork with the newest Astral Radiance art yet. Like, bro, this client ain't even updated to Astral Radiance. Like, so like this makes me think that it's like, bro, they're not even on Astral Radiance here yet. So like it makes you think that Direwolf is just like barely piecing it together, because they've probably had their contract like emergency extended. I have to imagine, right? Again, we got no confirmation from anything at Pokemon, so we don't know. But you have to imagine that Direwolf is like getting their contract extended a little bit. We found out about the Lost Origin set name because it got leaked from the live coding. That's sick. And JW told me that he queued up for 2 games on live. I think like this past weekend or something. It was in Milwaukee. He queued up for 2 games. He said the first game took 5 minutes to queue and the second one took 25. Thank you, Bergman, for the Prime sub and the 30 months. So, yeah, that's not like that's not a playable game. Right, if the matchmaking takes that long. So, obviously it's not a worldwide release yet, but you still want there to be more action than that. That's like, that way give you a little bit more input in how the client's going. So anyways, yeah. So this is what, oh yeah, Giratina V-Star. Let's take a look. This is what we got going on. Is that we have PTCGO that looks like it's kind of been, strung along by Direwolf. There's still a major like visual bug with PTCGO that hasn't been addressed in months, where like the text glitches over the cards for no reason. But I'm not gonna blame Direwolf for not fixing it, because they thought that they were losing their jobs. Yeah, like Direwolf thought that they were done, and then all of a sudden they're like, okay, well you gotta keep the lights on for another. I wonder what do you think the estimate from the Pokemon Company is to Direwolf? What do you think? It's like, hey, Direwolf, hey, can you Horsey says the biggest problem with live right now is that they can't seem to fix the game state freezing. You'll be in a close game or match, and after taking a prize, the game state freezes. Oh my God, it's got, oh my Lord. Bro. Yeah. It freezes because of Heavy Ball right now? Oh my God. So here's my listen, with any of my criticism about live, like, I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I'm not trying to, like, but genuinely, like genuinely, okay? Like, genuinely, if you're not, like, if the team in charge of the project is not capable of executing the project, like, we need to just find a solution. Because there's going to keep being new cards that come out. And we can't have a client where new cards are coming out and the team doesn't know how to code them in, right? Because at this point, Hisuian Heavy Ball's been out for how... So it's like the team needs to be good enough to be able to code things right the first time. Right? Because they need to be able to code it correctly and then have the card exist in the standard format, because they have new cards coming out that they are going to need to code. The wheel never stops, right? You're going to keep having to code new cards as they come out. So, like, you can't struggle with cards that already exist. You have to have those down pat. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're going to have to deal with coding a lost zone, brother. And I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I'm not trying to make anyone, feel some type of way. It's just that in 2022, we need an extremely capable team and experienced team that can develop a client that is on par with the other, with the other games that already exist in the industry. My argument has been and continues to be that the Pokemon Company should just buy a game studio, just like they bought a printing company to print the cards. Right? If you just buy... At this point, the Pokemon Company should buy Direwolf. Ta-da! Just buy Direwolf, bro. They've been doing your game for 10 years, man. Just buy Direwolf, bro. You already bought Millennium Print Group. Just buy Direwolf or pay Tencent to do it. But, like, I get it. They want to have control from the inside. Then buy a company. Just buy it, okay? Thank you, Sarmakis, for that tier 1 sub in the 5 months. I know. So, like, in my mind, the problem with Live isn't the fault of any of the developers. I don't blame any of the developers for how Live has turned out. In my mind, the person in charge needs to direct the ship in a different way. That is what needs to change. Whoever's in charge of it, they need to steer the ship to a better harbor. Because right now we're landed at somewhere nobody wants to be. And the only person that can change it is not the developer. In my mind, the developers can't change it because they are, well, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but they're not capable of it. They're not capable of making the game we need. Period. Okay? They've proved it already. Been working on this for years. It's not there. Okay? So the team in charge of Live right now is not capable of making the game we need. And that's not their fault. It just is what it is. That's just like, it just is what it is, bro. Like, That's not my opinion. That's just facts. I mean, look at it. Just look at it, bro, and you can deduce that. Thank you, Habitant, Conorbano, for that Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, like, I don't have any, and I don't expect anybody on the development team to particularly like me or to care what I have to say anymore, because, like, yeah, I said that Pokemon should get a new team to do it. That's, you know, in more or less words, that's me saying that those people shouldn't be in charge of the project anymore. And this is a project that they've been loving and caring for years. So of course they probably don't like me, okay? And I'm sorry, but like, I am extremely passionate about and want the best for this community, and I feel like it's my responsibility to help steer this ship in any way that I can. So, because in my mind, if we want Pokemon cards to exist in 50 years, if we want Pokemon cards to be relevant in 100 years, then this project, the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, has to be successful. Because if it's not, then it could negatively impact the future of this game 100 years down the road, right? I mean, it just easily could. This could be the moment where we see Pokemon cards start to die, right? Live. It could. The Pokemon Trading Card Game Live could be the moment where we see this game start to fade off the radar to the public. If it's that bad, right? I care more than that. I care too much to let that happen, right? So yeah, sometimes you gotta hear some stuff that doesn't make you feel good. Sometimes you gotta hear some stuff that doesn't make you feel comfy, right? Sometimes you gotta hear some stuff that's hard to hear. But right now, it's like this game has been in development since Lost Thunder, and this is what we have to show for it. The game has been in development since Lost Thunder, and this is what we got. So I think that it's just time to take like stock of it and say like, okay, you know, we just need to get, we need to get a team that is going to be able to deliver on what the community needs. So that's what we need. And the only people at the Pokemon Company can do that are the people that are in charge. So yeah. That's my bit. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I'm not trying to like, get anyone fired or whatever, dude. Just like take your current dev team, throw them in with Direwolf, buy Direwolf, okay? Assign a new project lead, and maybe restart the whole project. Because at this point, it's not working. But that's a hard conversation to have. How do you have that conversation? How do you go in and just tell a team that they're like, that it's not working, right? That's a hard conversation to have, but somebody has to have it. I am upset that I am the one having to have that conversation, because it should have never got to us, right? Someone on the inside at Pokemon should have had that conversation with the team. They should have been able to deduce that before we all laid eyes on it. Like, so part of me is mad that I'm mad that I'm being put in this situation at all, because I should have never been put in this situation. I shouldn't have to be the bad guy, because I'm not a bad guy, bro. I'm not. I am so easily entertained I'm so easily entertained that I'm watching the extended version of the Hobbit trilogy, and I'm having a good time right now. That's how easily entertained I am, okay? That's how easily entertained. You don't even have to make something necessarily great, bro. I'll deal with just about anything. But live is so not up to par that now we as the community are tasked with giving the critical feedback that the Pokemon Company should have been strong enough to deliver before it ever got to us. Frankly. Yeah. Right? Nuxum, where did we hear that live has been in development since Lost Thunder? It just has. Lost Thunder was the oldest set available, yeah. It was the first set coded. Yes. So there you go. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is a masterpiece. I'm talking about the Hobbit movies, which are generally kind of panned. Yeah, but I'm having a great time with them because I am easily entertained. And not... overall, Lord of the Rings is underrated? How is it... Oh my god, how is it underrated? It is one of the most successful movie trilogies of all time. And it is largely considered to be the best fantasy novel of all time. So under what? How is it underrated? Yes. What? Oh, yeah. Anyways. Like I said, it's tiring, man. And it's like, I don't want to be a bad guy. I am so easily entertained, you know, and I just like, I want to be a loving, positive beacon for the community, and I want to be someone who just like, you know, spreads love for the game. But in order for me to continue to do that, the client needs to be successful. And if the client is not successful, then my hopes and aspirations for this community will be much more difficult. So, well, hopefully I haven't burned enough bridges at the Pokemon Company for them to not ever consider putting Gym Leader Challenge in live. That's the hope. Cabled says, yo, thank you, Cabled, for that sub. And also, congratulations, Cabled. I heard you made day 2 at Nats. So, congratulations for that. I tried to play a couple of games alive while waiting in the airport. I was searching for an opponent for 30 minutes before I gave up. Right. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Is that it's not... I agree. Pizza Pete, I agree with that. That's a base take right there, Pizza Pete. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is the GOAT for sure. I can't even, like, dude, I'm so easily entertained that I absolutely was head over heels with the Post Malone digital concert. I'm so easily entertained that I don't even care how, I don't care. I can already tell you that I am going to love the Rings of Power Amazon take on the second age of the Lord of the Rings. Second age, I think, right? I can already tell you I'm going to love it, bro. I don't even care. Like, I know there's a lot of people up in arms about whether or not it's going to be good. I can already tell you that I am going to be dialed in. I'm going to cry. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to love every second of it. Because that's just how I roll. I have never even complained about a single Pokemon game. I don't, whatever. Sword and Shield was cool, bro. The trees, I don't care about the trees. Whatever, it works. It's chill, bro. The graphics, never cared. The same sprites, don't care. In some ways, I think that, maybe Pokemon would be better off dialing it back to, like, earlier graphics. Sometimes I think that, but, like, that's just me being an old head. I'm okay with that. But live, it doesn't live up, bro. Yes, I've heard that, Les. Yes, I'm very excited about Rings of Power. Yes, I am. Yeah, honestly, I think that Pokemon Emerald was peak Pokemon design. Anybody agree with that? Pokemon Emerald? Man. Yeah, Pokemon Emerald, that was like... The aesthetics in Pokemon Emerald. Yeah, this is as good as it gets right here. It never needed to go past this. Hey, look at that. Hanging out in the sauna. Chilling, bro. That's a beautiful game. But anyways, I digress. Even though I hold those opinions, I still think that the new Pokemon games are successful. I have fun with them. And here's the big thing. I guess, like, all right. In some ways, I have a lot of mercy, and I have a lot of understanding when it comes to creatures and Game Freak, whoever makes the Pokemon games, Game Freak, right? I have a lot of mercy and a lot of forgiveness for them because they have, I think, one of the hardest jobs in the world, which is cranking out a new Pokemon game every year or two, right? So, like, and here's the deal, is that other games get delayed, right? Other games have their schedules pushed back. Other games, oh, look at the Zelda game, bro. Breath of the Wild 2. Who knows when that game might come out? Right? Nobody knows. Pokemon doesn't have that luxury. Thank you, Ewok Chief, for the 43 months. In fact, Breath of the Wild was intended for the Wii U and came out for the Switch. That's how long it got, like, delayed, okay? Zelda, whatever that dark one is with the Minda and Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess was intended for the GameCube and came out for the Wii, bro. That's how long it got delayed. Good games take a long time to make. That's just what it is. You can't rush them, right? You can't rush them. They just take a long time. Now, the Pokemon trading card game online client is one of the only games in the Pokemon universe that does not need to be rushed. It's one of the it's in this beautiful state where there's already the Pokemon trading card game online. It's sufficient. It gets us from A to B. It gets the job done. Is it pretty? No. Is it modern? Definitely not. It gets her done though, okay? They don't need to rush out a new client. In fact, they could take 5 years. They could take 10 years and just put out something that absolutely knocks people's socks off. Yes. Apparently they have taken 5 years. I know, they have. Yeah. So, that's what's got me concerned. Because they've been working on it since Lost Thunder, and it's still not acceptable. So, what I'm saying is that they need to get a team that is capable of delivering what needs to be delivered in year 2022. Right? Yeah, they need to create a client that is on par with what the industry expects in 2022. And I know that, like, you know, it's not easy, but you got to just appoint the team that's capable of doing it. Right? You got to have, yeah. I think that Live was vastly underestimated in how much work it would take. I think that Live was vastly, like, I think that the entire project was underestimated in how much it would take to do right. And I think that now we are all seeing it, and the hope is that they make the right decision going forward. Because, I mean, and none of us know what they're doing. So, you know, at this point, it's like, cool, you release this thing, nobody's playing it, takes 30 minutes to queue, game states are freezing, new cards aren't working consistently, it doesn't look good. And the thing is that even, like I've said before, I'm not even talking about the bugs in the Pokemon trading card game Live, because I don't care about the bugs. Though that is maybe maybe that is a reflection of the team's ability to do the basics, which is code the cards, right? But I am also talking about the direction of the client in general, which just generally does not live up to the Pokemon IP's standards in any way, shape, or form. The client does not live up to the Pokemon IP standards. So that's like the big thing, is that they need to hire an art director, and they need to probably buy a game studio, I would say. And you want to have an art director for the project that is familiar and inspired within the Pokemon brand. So that will really make the game feel alive, because you can't just code the Pokemon TCG and then all of a sudden it's fun. That's not how it is, right? You can't just like put the functionality of the cards on a digital space and have it be fun. That's not going to work. You need to have the game feel fun. And in order to have the game feel fun, you need an art director. Because the art director is going to be in charge of how the game feels. And I think the biggest problem with Live right now is that it doesn't feel good. So that needs to be completely changed. And I'm going to keep harping on that, because it's what needs to happen. So anyways, that's my bit. Let's look at new cards. We've got Binacle, Barbaracle from Lost Abyss have been revealed. Barbaracle's got the ability Lost Block. As long as this Pokemon's in play, your opponent puts any prize cards that they would take into the Lost Zone. And so they got the Return of the Lost Zone, Lost Origin, Lost Zone, Lost Stuff. Yes. Cool. You could see that it's a Lost Zone adjacent card because of all the colorful swirlies around it, right? That's cool. I like that. If you look at it's kind of reminding me of something. Let's see. Jump Bluff. No, it wasn't this one. It's kind of reminding me of like Pumpkaboo. These guys had like all this kind of, the Night Marchers kind of had all this like look at the background on that Pumpkaboo, right? All the Night Marchers kind of had like a thing like that, I feel like, going on. Maybe they didn't. Am I just imagining that? I am. It's literally just the Pumpkaboo. Why am I thinking that? Anyways, the swirlies are reminding me of the Pumpkaboo swirlies. I don't think that there's anybody else that has the same thing going on. But, yes. Neato. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Lost Origin pre-release promos revealed. Yo. Yo, we got a pre-release promo, Machamp. Netherworld Gates. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon's in your discard pile, you put it onto your bench. Put 3 damage counters on this Pokemon. Screaming Circle. Put 2 damage counters on your opponent's active Pokemon for each of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Cool. As often as you like during your turn, water energy from your... Huh. Yes, we don't know. Huh. What is this Finian? What are these people? Who are these people? Machamp. Here it is. The glorious 300 hit point Machamp. If your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, this Pokemon gets plus 150 hit points. Could be cool for Gym Leader Challenge, as 3 or fewer prize cards is a significant chunk of the game. It's also got the Strong Arm Lariat attack for 2 fighting energy. Does 100 damage, plus you may choose to do 100 more. And if you do, during your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. This card has got all the right things going for it. It's got a great attack that can do 200 damage for just 2 energy. It's got a retreat cost of 2, which means that it's air balloon compatible. Obviously, Floatstone gives it free retreats, and it's going to have to switch in and out of the active position consistently. So that is very cool. Greased says it looks like you can attach a water energy to a Pokemon that has the swim freely attack once per turn. That's kind of cool. As often as you like during your turn, you can attach a water energy card from your hand. Yo, that's definitely it. Zach, Idiots Are Us with the tier 3 sub and the 41 months. Yo, let's go, Zach. Hopefully you're doing well. Nice to see you, bud. Nice to see you, man. All right, so now I'm looking up Swim Freely. Bro, there ain't no Swim Freely. Let's see, advanced card text. Swim freely. Nothing. Not revealed yet. Yeah, well, you know, it would be cool if there was like, you know. I know Pokemon only has released cards. I'm looking to see if like there are old cards with the Swim Freely ability attack, because you know you got things like Air Slash, right? If you go to like advanced card text, Air Slash, right? Yeah, like look at all these dudes with Air Slash, right? So Flyinium Z, right, was printed, and Flyinium Z says if this Pokemon is attached to Air Slash attack, GX attack, right? So then there was a bunch of Pokemon before, like look at all these dudes that got Air Slash all the way back to here. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I was wondering if it was something like that, where maybe there were some old cards that it could interact with, but it looks like that's not the case. As often as you like to water energy card from your, I wonder if it's hand or discard pile. And then the Comfy, huh? Flower picking. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon's in the active spot, you may look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one of them into your hand, put the other card in the lost zone. That's cool. That's a good ability. Oh, it has to be in the active, though? It's good for lost zoning things, though. So, yeah, some decks are going to be wanting to lost zone things. July's Pokemon Center TCG products. Okay, let's see. Cool. Wow, look at that. Delphox, Cramorant. Wow. Shiftry. What a motley crew. Yeah, what a motley crew of fellas there. That's kind of sick. Durant digging for, okay, fossils and stuff. That's neat. Then you got Zeraora, Deoxys, V-Star, and VMAX high-class decks revealed. New high-class decks featuring Zeraora and Deoxys will release alongside Japan's Lost Abyss. The decks were just revealed in Japan. They released on July 15th. Cool. Got Zeraora VMAX and a new Zeraora V-Star. That's cool. And we got Deoxys V-Star and Deoxys VMAX. That's cool. Hey, look at these guys. All right, let's check them out. Deoxys V. It's got the Psychic Attack, does 30 damage plus 30 more damage for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. Okay. And then Power Edge does 140. Deoxys VMAX has an ability, Protective DNA. Your Pokemon in play take 30 less damage from the attacks of your opponent's Pokemon. V-Star, that's interesting. Pokemon VMAX are too strong. We need to print Pokemon V-Star. Oh no, Pokemon V-Star are too strong. That's cool. So if you have 4 of these in play, right, then that means that your Deoxys are taking minus 120 damage from Pokemon V-Star, since it does appear that they stack. So that's interesting. And then Max Drain, 160 damage, heal 30 from this Pokemon. Yeah, looks like VMAX Climax wasn't much of a climax, was it? They're still printing VMAXs out here. What the heck, bro? Then you got Deoxys V-Star for 2 psychic and a colorless. Psy Javelin. Oh, and it heals 30. Yeah, see? Yes, tank deck. Okay. 190 damage. Does 60 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon V. Cool. Weird attack cost. Star Force. Space Force. Does 60 damage times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon. Okay, so if you have like 3 energy on Deoxys and 3 energy on the defending Pokemon, that's 360 damage. Look at Deoxys's eyeballs. It's like it's looking into your soul, you know? Didn't they also say that, like, all right, so, yeah, Deoxys does not have a Gigantamax in the game, but has a VMAX card. I think I saw somewhere that Water Pokemon Master said that. It's interesting. Zeraora V. Claw Slash does 50 damage. Thunderous Bolt for 2 lightning and a colorless does 190 damage. This Pokemon can't attack during your next turn. Okay, fine. Yep, another Brave Blade. Very nice. Zeraora VMAX. 320 hit points, weak to fighting, retreat at 2. Its first attack, Reaction Pulse, does 60 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play that has an ability. Could be situationally good. And then Max Fists does 240 damage. You discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. Okay, so he doesn't really seem as good as like Boltund VMAX. But let's see what Zeraora V-Stars got in store for us. 270 hit points, so on the low end for a Pokemon V-Star. Crashing Beats does 190 damage. You may discard a Stadium card in play. Okay. That is very vanilla. Thunder, yeah, because I mean, look at it. It's like this dude does 190 for 3 with it can't attack, and you do 190 for 3 with like discard a Stadium. Sure. All right. Thunderstar V-Star power. Choose one of your opponent's Pokemon 4 times. For each time you choose a Pokemon, do 60 damage to it. Holy smokes. That's really good. Yeah, that's kind of crazy for sure. So you could do 240 snipe, right? Yeah, Manaphy exists for sure. All right. Yeah, Manaphy exists. Yeah, but 240 spread snipe, that's good though. That is definitely good. That's like a pretty insane V-Star power. It is 4 energy. It's expensive. Camo Poncho. Attach a Pokemon tool to one of your Pokemon that doesn't already have a tool. Yep. If the Pokemon's card is attached to is a Pokemon V-Star or V-Max, whenever your opponent plays a supporter card from your hand, prevent all effects of that card. Oh. Oh. That's kind of crazy. So you're saying that we're just gonna give everybody that Umbreon, that moon thing, right? If the Pokemon V is, you're literally just giving every V-Star and V-Max this thing, right? Which is kind of crazy. Yeah, just everybody. Let's get everybody. That's kind of crazy, for sure. All right, and then we got some reprints coming on. All right, all right. Is it anti-Avery? No, I don't think so. Not exactly sure. Then we got... I'd be curious to see how Avery... Well, let's read Avery, first of all. Draw 3 cards. If you drew any cards in this way, your opponent discards Pokemon from their bench until they have 3. Yes. So, like... Yeah, you still have to do it. Yeah, Avery's the player, not the Pokemon. Yes, 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 yes. You can't be like, I'll choose to discard this Pokemon with the cloak on it. Ha, doesn't get discarded. Yeah, you can't do that. We got our Lost Origin pack art. Giratina. Hisuian Zoroark. This lady. And Shiny Gardevoir. Very cool. Delphox. All right. I like Delphox. I think Delphox is cool. But I know that a lot of people don't like Delphox, so we're going to do a poll. Is Delphox cool? Yes or no? Yes, Delphox is cool. No, Delphox is not cool. There we go. Don't allow additional votes. I want to know the real opinions. I think Delphox is dope, bro. Delphox appreciation. That's what, Kevin, I know. We both think Delphox is cool. Look how cool Delphox is. It's like a... Look, it's like the Gandalf Pokemon. What's not to like about that? It's just like a fire wizard. Delphox is just a fire mage. What's not to like about that? That's cool, man. That's what I'm saying. There's no Pokemon. There's no Pokemon that's like a fire mage like Delphox. Maybe if it had a dope hat. There's no room for the hat. The ears are in the way. Yeah, look at Delphox break. Cool. Let's just do a quick Google search of Delphox, and we'll take a look at all the Delphox. Yeah, just appreciate all the Delphox art. Well, I don't see what you guys are tripping about. But anyways, I'll take your word for it. I don't understand. I was just gonna Google image search my favorite Pokemon. That's it. That's all I was gonna do. I don't know what you guys are talking about. This is crazy. Like what? Why can't I Google image? Why can't I Google image my favorite Pokemon? I don't know. You guys are weird. And look at that Delphox. That Delphox is sick. It's like a fire mage. Thank you, Stealth Boy, for the tier 1 sub. All right, we got 62% of respondents saying that yes, Delphox is cool. Yeah, look at that. Delphox really cool. Now, I'll give it to you. Delphox don't have enough. For how cool Delphox is, Delphox doesn't have nearly enough Pokemon cards. Yeah, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6. Delphox only got 1 EX card. Who are the other XY guys? You have the big guy with like the thing on his back. Chestnut. Yeah, Chestnut. Chestnut, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chestnut only got 6 cards. Yeah, Delphox only got 6 cards. Dang, these guys been hated on, brother. Surely Chestnut is the worst final evolution of a starter, right? And then Greninja. What the heck, bro? I'm livid. This is ridiculous. This is not right. This is not cool, man. Not cool. Can't get another Delphox. I can't even get a 7th Delphox card, and we got 30 Greninja cards. What the heck, bro? It's ridiculous. Greninja got almost as many as Blastoise. Yo, Charizard got 80 cards. Yeah, Charizard the king for sure, I guess. That makes sense. Anyways, Delphox V. New Delphox. Let's go. Finally. Hopefully we get a nice alt art Delphox or something, because this one's not quite, you know, this. Why do they keep giving Delphox like the weird animatron things, okay? Like, you don't need to do that. Like, look, give it like a nice illustrated artwork, okay? Like this, like nice illustrated quality. Like that looks great. Why does my Delphox need to be this? Okay. Delphox has got a lot of character. Delphox could be cool. You don't have to make it a weird 3D model. There's like, look at how much texture this Delphox has. Weird 3D model. Again, it's 5-ban, dude. I'm telling you, 5-ban is just doing Delphox dirty. 5-ban graphics just does not like Delphox for no reason. Spooky Torch, your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned and confused. Okay. Magical Fire, 120 damage. Put 2 energy cards attached to this Pokemon in the Lost Zone. It does 120 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Okay. So 120, 120. This card's just kind of like worse than Raikou, Amazing Raikou. Cramorant, Lost Supply. If you have 4 cards or more in the Lost Zone, ignore all energy in this Pokemon's attack cost. Conniving Spit, 110 damage. So, sure, it can do 110 for free as a water Pokemon. New Banets, Puppet Memorial. Once during your turn, you may choose a supporter card from your discard pile, reveal it, and put it into your hand. If you do, put this Pokemon in the Lost Zone. That's interesting. So it's like a Versus Seeker that you can use at any point, but then you have to Lost Zone it. That's pretty... This is like a nice, unique effect. I really like that. That's cool. Very cool. The Comfy allows you to dig, kind of like Amazing Jirachi, except instead of back to the top of the deck, the card goes to the Lost Zone, which can be good if you're trying to build a Giratina deck. So let's look at Giratina V-Star, the new poster Pokemon of, you know, whatever the next Lost set's going to be. Giratina V has got the Abyss Seeker attack. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. Put 2 of them into your hand and put the remaining cards in the Lost Zone. Yeah, that obviously helps get cards into the Lost Zone. Also draw some cards. Shred does 160 damage. This attack's damage is not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. Sure, that's fine. Of course, the V's lackluster. That's what they're meant to be. Just big 2-prize liabilities that evolve into behemoths that do everything. Giratina V-Star has got Lost Impact, 280 damage. Put 2 energy attached to your Pokemon in the Lost Zone. So you got a Lost Zone 2 energy in order to use that attack. 280 for 3 is pretty good. Star Requiem. Requiem. Yeah. Anyways. Grass and a Psychic. You may use this attack only if you have 10 or more cards in the Lost Zone. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now knocked out. So you want to accelerate Pokemon to the Lost Zone. You got an instant KO for just 2 energy. So after you've used a couple of Lost Impacts, maybe you can Comfy to draw some cards. And then you go bam, bam, knock them out. 1 hit. Cool. Colress's Experiment is a supporter card. Allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck, put 3 of them into your hand, and put the remaining cards in the Lost Zone. So that's also pretty good for getting cards into the Lost Zone. I do like the aesthetic of like the, you know, the pink and the blue and the purple swirlies. I think that that's pretty cool. We've also got the Lost Sweeper as an item card. Put a card from your hand in the Lost Zone. In order to use this card, choose a Pokemon Tool or Stadium card in play and put it into the Lost Zone. Fine. It's like a kind of like a bad Faba, right? Then we've got Mirage Gate. You may play this card only if you have 7 or more cards in your Lost Zone. Search your deck for 2 basic energy of different types and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. All right, cool. So this is the engine. This is something that, all right. you know, okay. I'm about to go in again on another little, it's a mini rant. I just got a little something to say. Okay. Is that like, bro, one of the things that people really liked about the 2017 formats is that the decks weren't just like cookie cutter, like build, you know what I mean? Like, dude, this is just a deck. They're just printing decks, bro. You know what I mean? Like, they just print the deck for you. This is how you're supposed to play it. They print you the deck. You know, they're like, cool. Here's all your fellas to get things into the Lost Zone. Here's all your stuff. They're just printing decks. They're not like making it so that there's creative deck building happening, really. It's just they're printing decks. Yeah, it's just like the Mew VMAX deck. It's like they just printed that deck. The other sets don't matter, right? Obviously, Arceus is like a Pokemon that was printed so that it could be played with anything, right? Arceus makes it so that you can play whatever tech card you want. Of course, it's the anti-meta card because you get to exploit Pokemon's weaknesses. That's the point of Arceus. The point of Arceus is that to some extent there's always been archetypes. Yes, there's always been archetypes, but many times they are player created. Like my regional winning deck was a deck that utilized Landorus EX, right? A deck that utilized Landorus EX from Boundaries Crossed, right? And Crobat from Phantom Forces. They were released years apart, you know? And they... You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Boundaries Cross Landorus, Strong Energy from Furious Fist, Crobat from Phantom Forces. So it allowed you to, like, a deck kind of revealed itself over years, and players were able to find it, right? That makes like deck building more fun. When players get to like, it's got the pump. I knew that there was another card with the swirly art. I forgot which one it was though. Yeah, so like that was, in my mind, that was better game design because you're allowing players to reveal their own combinations. So, you know, yeah, I had a Crobat Landorus deck that was a surprise deck. That's because no one knew about it, right? It was a surprise deck at that regional championships, and that's why it was such a strong play because the deck kind of took the game by storm. But then people countered that deck with a Seismitoad Crobat deck because people realized that Seismitoad was good with Crobat too, and Scoop Up and Super Scoop Ups, right? So then people started playing Toad Bats to hit Landorus for weakness, and right, yeah. So like, there was like a whole thing. If we think about like 2017, we had Decidueye GX, right? Decidueye GX, grass type Pokemon, printed in 2017. It was paired with a Vileplume that was printed 2 years earlier in 2015. These are like two cards that were released 2 years apart, but synergized well together and created a new strategy. You also could play that with Alolan Ninetales GX. Alolan Ninetales and Decidueye are two Pokemon that were not like they weren't like hand packaged to be together. In fact, Alolan Ninetales is water and Decidueye is grass. But those two cards got played together along with Tapu Koko. I mean, you had like all these different cards that fit well together. Another top deck from that era, you had Drampa GX, right? Which was from Guardians Rising, but it was getting paired with cards like Zoroark from Breakthrough, which had been out for years, right? 2015, 2-year-old card. So now you have like a 2-year-old card getting paired with a card from like a different era. But now it just feels like they just hand package. This is all they do now. This is all they do is they just hand package archetypes and spew them out, right? It's just the game design is different. It's different than it used to be. It's changing. They make it like, you know, they make it like dummy proof. And it's, you know, it's like, come on, man. Yeah, it's like, all right, here's the whole deck. They literally just hand packaged the whole deck for you, bro. It's right here. You know, they did a little bit of that back in the day. They did. You know, I would be remiss if I didn't say that, you know, Night March, you know, Pumpkaboo came out in the same set as Dimension Valley, which came out in the same set as Battle Compressor. All right. They've been playing with this, you know, they do this sometimes, all right? They do. But even if you look at, like, all right, Genesect EX. Genesect EX came out in Plasma Blast. It was paired with Virizion EX. Oh, it's also in Plasma Blast. Yeah, so, like, they've been doing this thing, right? They have. They've been doing this thing for a little while. But it felt like there was more cards that, like, there was more cards that were playable and allowed you to make your own decks. That's what I'm saying. Sam, I agree. They've always done it, but it used to be to a smaller extent. Now it feels like it's like they're really forcing it on you, right? Now it feels like they are forcing the new archetypes on you. Like every time. So. And it feels like every set has a gimmick now, right? Arceus was obviously broken. Came out with Dunsparce. You're like, cool, do whatever you want. And then you get Palkia with the Rita, and you're like, all right, this deck's broken. Now you got Giratina, comes with all the Lost Zone support. You're like, all right, this deck's broken. Like, Mew VMAX comes with all that stuff. Like, this deck's broken, right? So, the Shadow Rider deck was just broken for a minute, and then, like, immediately fell off. And then there's the Lost City Stadium. It says when a Pokemon is knocked out, put it in the Lost Zone instead of discarding it. Cool. Well, I think that, like, maybe from a game design standpoint, they're trying to make the... I mean, they said in a statement, you know, I know Celio has talked about this pretty extensively, but that they said in an official statement that they're basically trying to make the game easier to, you know, they're trying to make the game easier, right? And the consequence of that is that your, you know, your longtime fans are gonna be a little bit frustrated with, like, you know, the dumbing down of things. I think that the Giratina looks obviously it's broken, dude. We got another V-Star that does 280 damage. Like, cool, man. All right, cool. Sick. Yeah, like we got another V-Star that one-hit KOs things. Neato. I think, yes, we need more ways to get people into the game. But I think that cheapening the game does not make it better or more attractive. That's like, yeah, cheapening the game does not make it better. And that's, it's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about Gym Leader Challenge, because it's a little more complex, and it's and there's just more stuff going on. It's a nice escape from the monotony of standard sometimes. It is a lovely escape. Anyways, look at my duck. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience, guys. I'll play a little Pokemon cards when I get back. All right, thanks for the patience, guys. We're back. Ready for some Pokemon cards. I know it's been a long, windy kind of start to the stream, but I appreciate you all going on this adventure with me. Thank you, Just Finn, for the Prime sub in the 3 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lieutenant Surge, for the Tier 1 sub in the 16 months. And I want you guys to know that, like, I love what I do. I love this game. I'm very passionate about it. And I'm very passionate about the community, and, you know, and I absolutely love what I do here. So I just, you know, some days you just wake up and you just on one, you know? So today I just, you know, a little kind of on one. Had to vent some things out. Had to get some things off my chest. It's the hats? Probably. Focus my deck? It's definitely a focus my deck kind of day. Saucy says, I think that GLC spoils the fun for Standard. Yeah. It's maybe, but no, because Gym Leader Challenge was created in the middle of ADP format. And the thing is that the thing is that Expanded is dead. Expanded is dead, right? And it is dead. For sure. TPCI ain't supporting Expanded. Thank you, Whacking It, for that Prime sub in the 2 months. I appreciate you. Mr. Hard. Yes, thank you for the sub, Mr. Hard. But yes, I'm actually interested to see. No, don't delete it. I want to see this. I was kind of working towards. We were working towards, like, Azul's list on stream. We didn't quite get there, but, like, we were trying to head in that direction, right? We were trying to head in that direction, and this, I feel like, was a... We were thinking about this. This is like pre-Milwaukee testing, you know? Astral Radiance first released testing. It's in the same ballpark. So I'll edit this to be what Azul's winning list is. I think, like, the dark energy, kind of acknowledging that we don't need all of the lightning energy here. Obviously, we want Crobat VMAX. Obviously, we have Bibarel. Obviously, I'm trying to acknowledge that all that matters is the first turn in the game, which is why I have 3 copies of Battle VIP Pass in the deck, right? Yes, Sam, I know that my list is not Azul's list. I know. I'm saying that what I'm saying is that this list had some. This was like where we were headed, right? Is what I'm saying. Like, before Milwaukee, this was the last. I had taken a look at the deck. Is all I'm saying. I think that the realization that you don't need to play air balloons in this kind of deck is really interesting. But also true. If you take a look at, like, that kind of decision is very heads up. I mean, it's kind of like Grant Manley not playing any air balloon or anything like that in his Arceus Malamar deck. So we're like kind of seeing that same kind of philosophy. And then it was just the 1-1 Crobat VMAX. Yeah, that's like super cool, right? So we're kind of like, we were kind of right there, honestly. I think that if I had put in more time, like if we had put in more time into this list, but I didn't believe in it. That was like the issue. I didn't really believe in this list. And I could tell you that I absolutely would have never came to the... Oh, okay, there's 4 Marnie. I was going to say, I would have never come to the conclusion to play so few supporters. I still don't know that I would have come to the conclusion to play this many supporters. But, I digress. Got the 1 switch, the 2 evolution incense, and the Palpad. And no choice. And no pumpkin. Oh, there is a pumpkin. Okay. Oh, I've already got 2 incense. Cool. The switch and the Palpad. And a Phoebe. Yep. It is nice, see like an anti-meta deck do so well. For sure. 4 Quick Ball, 4 Ultra Ball. Shows that there's room in the formats to counter, especially with like Sander's deck too. Like, because Sander ultimately had, we need 2 Sharon Scare. Sander had an anti-meta deck also. So it's definitely cool to see those anti-meta decks do so well. And that's it. We'll run a few games with this. It should be, should be some Arceus Pikachu. Yeah. Arceus Flying Pikachu is absolutely an anti-meta deck because Flying Pikachu is not a very good card, but it is in a field of Palkia. And that's kind of what makes Arceus, such a good card. Is that it can be paired with anything because it's so broken that it can kind of carry and set up whatever you want. Looks like I'm playing against a Turbo Dialga deck with Azul's Flying Pikachu VMAX deck that he used to win the North American International Championships. We've got a couple of quick balls. We want to set up Arceus. All we have to do is basically attack first and knock out 2 Dialgas. That's it. Shouldn't be too hard. And we'll pass. I should probably get Bidoof, but it's fine. The Flying Pikachu having free retreats is incredible for sure. It is extremely good. I guess I could have dug for the turn 1 path. Probably what I should do against the Dialga deck also. Because, they got like Radiant Greninja and stuff, so we could just dig for path. Quick Ball for Bidoof. It's fine. I'm warming up. Oh, man. It's Monday. It's fine. I got Zashi, and I got Marnie, so disruption with the path is also good. Not putting down Crobat's also good. Because, Dialga can really take advantage of a Crobat being there on the bench. So I don't necessarily want to offer that liability up. And also, I probably don't want to slam the path down before I get a chance to use my V-Star power. So there's some, some argument for holding the hand. And I think the 4 Marnie is going to be really good against this Dialga deck, since we're going to be able to repeatedly set their hand down to a low size and then, stop their Intrepid Sword, stop their Radiant Greninja, all of that. Which is going to be very good for me. They're wasting a Stadium here. That's good. To Crobat for more. And the more cards they burn, the better. Because that just means they're going to have less resources later on in the game. I'm fine with that. They do have 6 Metal Energy in the discard pile, which is an impressive amount. Does mean that all of their saucers are alive. They do not find one on the first turn. And they accelerate 1 onto their Zacian. Got Flying Pikachu and Quick Ball away to Lightning Energy to go get Bidoof. And Wilmarnie. Looking for an Arceus V-Star, which we find with the double turbo energy. So we'll evolve there. I've got the double turbo. I can bring back the energy and then use my broken Starbirth power to go get a path and a research. And we are going to retreat into Arceus, slam the path down, get Flying Pikachu down, and Trinity Nova. Accelerate some energy to my big peaks. That's cool. So we're going to put those onto Pikachu over here. And then we basically are in cruise control. We just disrupt with our path. We swing, put that pressure on, and try to race this Dialga deck to take knockouts before they are able to get their V-Star power going. I do have a Marnie, so they are able to disrupt my hand, which is a little bit annoying because I don't actually have a good draw supporter in this hand. I do have Palpad though, so I could put double Marnie back into the deck to give me a little bit more odds of drawing into a supporter card, which I think is fine. Probably won't need more than the 2 boss. We could just put double turbo on the Flying Pikachu and Trinity Nova. Take the knockout, accelerate a Lightning Energy to Flying Peak. And this is our dream board state that we've got going on here. With a big Arceus and 2 gigantic Pikachu on the bench. Just look at those beautiful, large peaks. If you're in this airplane, you're definitely not feeling very safe about your position, I would say. I'm not feeling great about myself if I'm in that airplane. At this point, there's not really much that I need. I could set up another Bibarel, which is fine. We've got our 3 attackers set up. So here we go. Industrious Incisors. We do find a boss's orders, so we want to bring up this guy and soften him up. That's great. Got Trinity Nova. 180 damage. We can accelerate. Doesn't really matter, actually. You do need to be careful with your Bibarels. It is possible to deck out with this deck. It's possible to deck out if your opponent just gusts a Bibarel and you don't have the answer for it. So they go V-Star Power, Star Chronos, Metal Blast, take the knockout. But I do not think that my opponent is going to be able to dig themselves out of this one before I am able to chalk up the win. We'll see. We got Flying Peak, Max Balloon, take the KO. And we'll see what my opponent does with their Lone Dialga. They still got some Metal Saucers left in the deck. They've got 2. So it's possible for them to attack. I've only got 1 boss left. My Pikachu's doing 160, so I can't knock out Crobat. So the best case scenario is for me to 2-hit KO a Pokemon V, or 1-hit KO a single prize Pokemon, then gust up the other one, right? Looks like I'm going to have the opportunity to gust up the other single prizer, so I'm just going to set up my second Bibarel, try to give me the best chance possible. We've still got the switch in the deck, so I'm not going to get stalled out. It's good. I can thin this other stuff out of my deck because I do not need it. And we'll just Industrious Incisors for 2. And we'll thin these out of the deck because I do not need them. And go get another dead card. Incisors. Cool. And at this point, I can play the Phoebe just to get it out of my hands. And Max Balloon. Take our prize. And then all I need to do is boss for game, which is why I kept this hand and tried to just thin as many cards as I could out of my deck. Because if my opponent uses Marnie or something and they disrupt my hand, then I don't want, you know, to draw into cards like Crobat V Max. I want to have that card on the bottom of my deck. So we're going to do that. They've got Raihan. I do not think that they can possibly win this game, but I could be wrong. I do not think it's possible. Because even if they attack for, I mean, they cannot 1-hit KO the Peak here. And they have to take, you know, it's a guaranteed three-turn win con for them and a 1-turn win con for me. So not really possible for them to take the win. Some horrendous stuff would have to happen. So they're going to swing with Metal Blast, and that is GG's. I've got the boss's orders to bring up Radiant Greninja and use Max Balloon for the game. Simple, yet effective. Path to the Peak doing a great job slowing my opponent down there, allowing me to take the win with Arceus Pikachu. Okay, let's see what this next deck. Yeah, Phoebe does not get you through Regice because Regice is an effect on you. And Phoebe affects the effects on the defending Pokemon. Beautiful opening hand. Part of what makes this deck so good is how low maintenance it is. I mean, you need almost nothing for this deck to get up and rolling turn 2. Just an energy on an Arceus, and that's it. I've already got The key components for a powerful turn 2, I've got Ultra Ball in the hand I can use to go get Arceus V-Star, Flying Pikachu to evolve my active. Just an incredible turn 1 going first against what I think is probably a Palkia V-Star deck. Not a lot of Ice-Q seeing play in non-Palkia decks. And there's not a lot of ways to power up Ice-Q outside of Palkia, right? So it's probably going to be a Palkia V-Star deck if I have to guess. Thank you, Rap Supreme, for that Tier 1 sub. Appreciate you, Rap. Thank you. So they got their Radiant Greninja. Going to start using concealed cards. Draw a little bit more. And we'll quick ball away a Rare Candy. Rare Candy is an interesting card I see in some Palkia lists to evolve Sobble into Inteleon. Can allow for some early attacks with Aqua Bullet and stuff like that. Can also allow for some aggressive plays if you want to just skip ahead into a nice Evolution Incense top deck there. If you want to skip ahead into an Inteleon to use double shady dealings. Pretty neat card. Got Arceus. And we can use the Broken Starbirth ability to go get Path and double turbo energy. And frankly, I've got a pretty good hand. So I don't actually need to do anything. Put down the Path, double turbo here, and we just knock out the Ice-Q, right? And that's how good this deck is that I'm already in a winning position. I have almost no Pokemon in play. So Palkia cannot do a lot of damage to me. I've got a fully loaded Flying Pikachu that is going to be one-hit KOing Palkia V-Star. If my opponent swings into my Arceus, all I have to do is Sharon's Care, knock out. Then they can't knock out my Pikachu guaranteed, so that then I can go boss knockout again. A lot of cool stuff I can do. Now, potentially one of my opponent's best plays would be to use Radiant Greninja, but even if they do that, it's not a great position for my opponents because then it puts me back on even prizes, so then I can just knock out and Origin Form Palkia V-Star, and then one more 2-prizer, and the game is over. Looks like my opponent's going to use that Star Portal ability and accelerate some energy into play. Use Subspace Swell. Not for a lot. That is a 100 damage Subspace Swell. To which I will use Sharon's Care. And I mean, there's really not anything else that I need to do. Yeah, it's just GG's for sure. Crazy. It's that easy. You know, you got to give props to Azul. It was a great call. He played it magnificently. I'm envious that he was able to come to the decision to play a deck like this at the biggest tournament of the year, and his hard work with the deck paid off because he played it at Milwaukee as well, right? And he believed in the deck. It's really cool. It's just a nice, consistent deck that is low maintenance and counters the best decks. His call to put a Phoebe and a Palpad in the deck was great as well. Obviously helped him to defeat the Miltanks. Looks like I'm up against an Arceus Malamar VMAX deck. This should be interesting to go second, so I'm already off to a little bit of a disadvantage, unfortunately. Can quick ball away Darkness Energy. And go get Arceus. Double Turbo and Marnie. Probably will not be able to find the one-of switch in the deck. But we've got a pretty decent looking hand for next turn. The issue is that my Bidoof is my only consistency out. And if Bidoof gets knocked out and my opponent plays Path, then I won't be able to use my Starbirth ability to dig myself out of this one. So let's see what my opponent's got. They've got the Arceus V-Star. Only 2 energy on it, though, which is an interesting way to go about this. That means that they're not going to be attacking. Why would they commit the second energy if it's not going to be a double turbo energy? Not exactly sure about that. But that's cool. I got the switch. Oh, and they're going to use the charm, I guess? And I do have Path, but they're not taking a knockout. Still think that they should have just V-starred for the double turbo energy. I don't know why you would commit that energy before you research there. But ultimately, I'm not going to complain, because, yeah, they're literally not doing anything. I probably won't be doing anything either, but so we're going to give it our best shots. We've got Bibarel and Arceus. If I do find a Quick Ball or an Ultra Ball, I can go get Pumpkaboo and bump this Path. Almost got something here. We've got a double turbo energy, which I think I ought to use to retreat. Yes, this guy. And pass. So what I'm thinking is that if I find a way to bump this Arceus or bump this Path next turn, then I can use my V-Star power for a Sharon's Care, pick up this Arceus, and then swing in myself. Something like that, right? But I want to protect the energy because I don't have access to Raihan or anything like that. So the best case scenario would be to hope for a Path bump off of this next Industrious Incisors. And I definitely don't want to just offer up my Bibarel. I don't necessarily want to bench out, but I'm struggling, okay? So we're going to do it. Incisors for 3. Yeah. And, you know, that's okay. I guess I should have left one bench spot open so that I could potentially find the Pumpkaboo, right? But we didn't find it regardless. So this Arceus is going down. And we're going to be starting off on the back foot for sure here. My opponent's got Bibarel set up, so they are going to be able to kind of Roxanne-proof themselves, which is quite good. And get their Malamars set up. Neato. Here's Pikachu. And I'm finally ready to attack. I've got Raihan, which is fine. So probably want to evolve up this Flying Pikachu on the bench so that my opponent, in case they play boss. Yeah, they do play boss. Can't knock it out. Let's go Raihan. To the Arceus over here. And we want to basically just draw more cards. I'm kind of like jammed right now. So let's get an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball away these. Go get ourselves the other Flying Peak. And we can attach that energy there and Industrious Incisors. Cool. A Quick Ball away. Quick Ball can go get another Bidoof. And we'll retreat into Arceus and just swing, right? I guess I could have... we'll see. There's 1 Sharon's Care in the deck. 2 Boss. And the Palpad. So I should be able to win this game by looping Arceus. With Sharon's Care. Since we play the double Sharon's Care and Palpad, I have to imagine that that's like the primary way that Azul was able to win a lot of his Arceus mirrors. Yes, I do think that I probably leave that bench, in hindsight, leave that bench spot open for the Pumpkaboo so that I can Starbirth for the... Yes. So I can Starbirth for the Sharon's Care. But it's fine. We'll make it work. I still think even without navigating this 100% perfectly, we'll probably still be fine. I have to have the boss this turn in order to be able to capitalize on the Arceus. If they do have the boss this turn, let's see, 1, 2. Yeah, I do have 2 other Arceus V in the bench or in the discard pile, which is not great. But it's fine, because they're like not healing either, right? So I can kind of just bounce around and do whatever. As far as the double turbo energies go, I've got 1 more left, which is fine. Thank you, Walu Genie. Find our other evolution incense. Cool. We've got 2 industrious incisors. I don't want to use the Palpad. So we'll incisors for 3. And there's boss, which I don't need yet. But I can just retreat and go in with my flying Pikachu. It's kind of fine. As far as the switch goes, switch is not down yet. So let's just take this knockout. Can attach to this flying Pikachu, I believe. I can Palpad back in the Raihan, actually, at this point. Because I don't think that I'm going to need more supporters than the ones that I have. Thank you, Walu Genie. Yes, thank you, thank you. We'll Max Balloon, take the knockout on this. And we'll take our 3 prizes. We should be okay to kind of just play the denial game here. If my opponent does Gust and knock out an Arceus, I can just Pumpkaboo and Sharon's Care. Get it out of harm's way. All I need to do is 2-hit KO this Malamar. And then I win, which is crazy. I'm definitely loving the Palpad double Sharon's Care. Feels really good. Okay, let's Ultra Ball away this stuff. Look at this. I've got a switch. Don't want to do that. No, I'll probably just draw. An Ultra Ball away Roxanne and the Path. Incisors for 2. We found a double turbo, which is great. So I could go boss game. It's another fine strategy. I don't think they have a way to heal this Malamar VMAX though, and I guess I only need 1 boss if I swing into it for 180. So it's probably better to just hit the Malamar VMAX. Probably. So yeah, let's Industrious Incisors. And we'll just Trinity Nova. And it should just be GG's by pressuring this Malamar. So that's just a 4, you know, a 4-swing game. They're kind of putting themselves in a compromising situation since we're both 2-hit KOing each other. And my opponent is doing most of their 2-hit KOing with a VMAX, and I've done most of mine with a V-Star. So we're just going to hopefully find this game-winning boss's orders. And I don't even have to hope, actually. I can guarantee it. Because I've got the Pumpkaboo, and I have not used my V-Star power yet. Well, you know, or I could just do this. That's fine. And then that's GG's, Max Balloon. And you're out of here. Quinn, the entire team played the same deck except Andrew Dankus, who played a different version of Palkia and Tellian. But we all played Palkia and Tellian. We all played the same list except Andrew Dankus. So me, Mike Zealy, Jesse Parker, JW Creewall, Riley Hulbert. Yes, we all played the same list. We all played the same list at Milwaukee. And we all played the same list at NAIC. Riley top 8 at Milwaukee, and Zealy day 2'd NAIC. Beckett played Blissey. Despite Azul being on Full Grip Games, sponsored by Full Grip Games, we do not work together on deck lists. We did briefly for EUIC, but he is part of a different testing group. He always has been. Yes, we are friends, though. Of course. Looks like we're playing against Blissey with our Pikachu VMAX deck. Should be an interesting matchup. Here's that Phoebe that we're going to need to get through Miltanks, and then obviously Flying Pikachu. That does not get damaged by, you know, basics. So that's pretty good. We've got a nice opening hand with Ultra Ball. We can discard Roxanne and Evolution Incense. Roxanne's pretty good, but we can put it back into the deck later. Just want to make sure that I'm not dead drawing as we get things kicked off. And then would like to find Arceus and Marnie. Hopefully get an energy. Don't want to research a way that's cool. We've got some stuff. Don't want to research away that Phoebe for sure because I want to have the option to use it twice if I need to. I think that we kind of have to... No, I just save this. All right, and pass. And then if my opponent takes the knockouts on my Bidoof, then I can always Quick Ball for the Pumpkaboo, bump a path, and then use Arceus's V-Star Power Starbirth to go get whatever I want out of the deck. Kind of get myself on the right track that way. They're going to go for Miltank, which makes sense. Lucky Energy, cool. And Blissful Blast, no path, so I don't have to worry about getting the Pumpkaboo, which is why I held the Quick Ball, didn't play it to go get a, you know, nice top deck there for sure. I think here we just want to Quick Ball. With the Crobat VMAX, we're going to go set up a Pikachu. And Starbirth. Let's go get probably a Quick Ball on a Research. Just get this hand big. Ball away the path. My opponent's got plenty of path, so don't need to worry about that. We're going to set up Bibarel and just use Trinity Nova. Start putting some pressure onto the Blissey. Accelerate some energy onto the Flying Pikachu. And then our path forward is pretty set in stone. I guess you don't technically want the Bibarel. Okay, I'm thinking, yeah. In this matchup, you don't want the Bibarel out. You just want Arceus and Pikachu. And then you Sharon's care the Arceus. Right? You Sharon's care the Arceus. Well, there's the, there's the card I need. You can also swing with Bibarel, though, which is important to note. Will I find... If I could just get an Ultra Ball off the top of my deck, this hand is perfect. But I do not have an Ultra Ball off the top of my deck. I feel like I'll give it a turn or two. Let's take a look. We got 2 Ultra Ball and an Evolution Incense. That's fine. We'll keep it here for a second. Then I'll Marnie my opponent if I have to. But the Phoebe and the Palpad are already in this hand. So I'm not necessarily... Yeah, I can at least boss and like soften this guy up for sure. Put some pressure on it. Force them to heal it again. And then eventually we'll Marnie. But again, I would like to keep this hand if I can, because it's already got the Phoebe Palpad in it, and I've used my V-Star power. So finding the Phoebe Palpad again, it's going to be a little bit of a chore. I also, don't trust that the Miltanks... There could be a third one. Azul's deck was teched perfectly to deal with 2 Miltank. But a third Miltank, that would not be great. Yeah, no. Have some trouble with that. All right, so they got the towel. And then, what do you got? Hyper Potion. They have to discard both their energy, though. And they fail to capture energy, which makes me think they don't have a third Miltank. And we'll just hit 40. That's fine. There's the Ultra Ball. See? I knew it. I knew it was coming, man. Let's Ultra Ball away the Raihan and the basic Lightning. That's cool. And we'll go get the Peak. Can retreat into Big Peak. And Max Balloon for 160. And now we're protected from basics. The way my opponent can deal with this is if they have Tornadus. They can push me out of the way with Tornadus and then boss me back up. So they do need to find that combination of cards. And they also need to have enough energy on Blissey to knock me out. So it's not exactly like an easy, board state to fulfill. But as we can see, they're going into Miltank, going to try and buy some time. But this is the reason why I didn't give up this hand, because I have the Phoebe in it right now. and can just knock out this Miltank. To which my opponent probably will not be stoked about that, right? Max Balloon. Knock out the tank. Can't be damaged by basics. I think I should probably Pal Pad back in, yeah, the Phoebe boss instantly, but it's fine. Hopefully they don't disrupt my hand this turn. I think that probably was yeah. I should have Pal Padded instantly, for sure. But it's cool. Never punished. They did not disrupt my hand. So now I will Pal Pad. And we'll carry on. With a Marnie this next turn. They still cannot damage the flying Pikachu. They have 5 prizes left to take. So I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, Blissful Blast for 0. We've got Pal Pad. We can put back in Phoebe and the boss. Sharon's Care of the Arceus. Max Balloon. Find another Ultra Ball, which is awesome. So I can Ultra Ball for my Bibarel. And then Marnie. Still got 3 prizes left to take. Like I said, this deck has the technology for 2 Miltank. 3 if you like, you know. I have the Bidoof set up because, dang it, bro. I'm getting Roxanne. What the heck? 3 if you get lucky on some Bibarel flips. Okay, let's go Capture Energy onto Bidoof. Fail it. Marnie. No Bibarel yet. I could bump it and draw, though, which is like probably what I'll do next turn. So I'll just Max Balloon. I'll pump Kaboo Crobat to help look for the Phoebe next turn. Quick Ball away the path. I think at this point I'm just committing to having the Pokemon in play. It doesn't really matter. I'm not scooping up this Bibarel. So let's Quick Ball away the path. We'll get another... Oh, my other Bidoof's prized. That's fine. Yeah, bump the path. Double Turbo there and Crobats. Draw 6. Pretty bad hand. It's fine. We can Marnie. It's fine. Like I said, at this point, we're just trying to kind of rush my opponent down. They should have plenty of boss in their deck. But I need to find that Phoebe again in order to knock out the Miltank. I could go in and start tail smashing. But then my opponent just needs boss. I mean, we certainly could start tail smashing, bro. It's also not bad to just gust up the Blissey. And put some damage on the Blissey. It kind of like, it puts some pressure on the card, so that's fine. We'll Max Balloon. Makes them like want to heal it, because if I knock out the Miltank and the Blissey, then I just win. So they're going to want to Hyper Potion this. Which means they'll have to discard energy off of their Blissey. Yeah, they're just going to switch card back. That's fine. I should have another boss left in the deck. I do. They're going to Hyper Potions. Fine. It still, like, accomplishes the goal of making it so that there's less energy on the Blissey. Research is definitely the supporter that I want, because there are very few cards left in this deck that I need. Just the boss and the Phoebe primarily. Yeah, so let's do that. 5 cards left in deck. It's fine. Stay the course. And I guess I need to finish off the Blissey, so maybe I should have been a little bit more careful. Maybe. Yeah, potentially. It's cool, bro. They can't heal it that much. There's no way that they can heal this Blissey that many times, right? No shot, brother. I could definitely deck out. 4 cards left in deck. But that's 4 attacks to take out the Blissey. And I've got Switch and Boss. It's close. It's close, but the Blissey also cannot accelerate energy onto itself unless it's gusting, right? So it's going to gust up the Beebrel and knock it out. That's fine. That way they get some energy so they can theoretically Hyper Potion now. So a Max Balloon. And they need to heal every turn. There's a Hyper Potion. Oh god, it's happening. That's fine, but they can't get more energy unless they're bossing again. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. The Tornadus? Dang, bro. The Tornadus doing its thing. Okay, fine. You can take out Pumpkaboo. They accelerate more energy with the Pumpkaboo. That's 3 Hyper Potion down. So they've only got 1 Hyper Potion left. They've already used the Sharon's Care. They've got 3 prizes remaining. That's a lot of energy on the Blissey. Max Balloon. 160. 90 hit points left. They've got 1 Hyper Potion left in the deck. No! Well, that's GG's for sure. Sad, bro. We almost got him, bro. Dang, man. I only had the 1 boss left, so I couldn't waste it on the Tornadus. Thank you, Moonside Gaming, for the sub. I do think I was like, when I was benching, it was to draw out of. When I was benching, it was to draw out of a dead hand. Yeah. But yes, probably. I started off with a very sparse board. I think that In hindsight, you don't bench anything other than the Pikachu. You just go Arceus and Pikachu, and then you share and scare the Arceus and do nothing else. In hindsight. And it just takes however long it takes, right? So if I were to play that again, I would do it that way. You just don't want to bench stuff at all. Cool. Yes, I agree, Girox. So I think in hindsight, I just need to not bench that Bidoof at all. I guess I could have assumed that they didn't play a third Miltank. I had the Bidoof built up just in case they did. But I guess you kind of have to assume that they don't. All right. We got going on here. Looks like we're going second in an Arceus Mirror. My opponent's got the turn 1 path, which is super cool because it means that I've got the turn 1 do nothing and the turn 2 do nothing. Actually, just going to scoop. Nice Pokemon, Pika Lord. Congratulations. Yes, I think I should have definitely just gone in the game against Blissey, I should have just gone the Arceus and the Peak, share and scare the Arc, and then you're chilling, right? That's the game plan. We'll go first. Cool, broken. Unfortunately, do not have a turn 1 Arceus. Nope. Cool. So we've got a couple of things here, but no Arceus. I can attach Capture Energy to my Flying Pikachu, and I actually kind of feel like getting out Bibarel. That's fine. And I'll put the Path in play since my opponent opened their Pumpkaboo, so they might not like it if I throw that Path down there. And you know what? I might just mess around and attack with Flying Pikachu VMAX on turn 3. Might be that kind of game, honestly. It is looking like an Arceus Mirror, and it's probably a Flying Pikachu Mirror. So here's Bibarel. Here's Flying Peak. And I can commit this energy here, or I can go for double turbo to charge energy onto a couple of guys. I think I would like to... I'm going to feel real silly if I miss the energy. That's cool. We'll quick ball away at Darkness Energy. Go get Arceus, and then 3 double turbo and 3 lightning in the deck. That's not a lot of energy, so I think I'm just cool going only 6. But what if we hit the double turbo? What if? I think I'm okay with just the Darkness Energy attachment here in Research. I feel like that's the safest play. Yeah. And then we're kind of just chilling. I think that I can leave the Flying Pikachu active. That's a little bit sketchy to do that. Leave the Bibarel active. Not great to do that. I just got rid of my switch, so that's actually a no-go. Pokemon we're going to leave in the active. I think with the Path there, they're probably not going to have it all. So I'm just going to leave the Peak in the active and say you don't have it. Right. That's what we're just saying. You ain't got the Switch double turbo energy. And they do not. So now I can use my V-Star power and go do whatever I want to do because I am the one with the pumpkin. I am the Pumpkin King. So we're going to do that, and then I can use my Starbirth power to go get double turbo energy, and I'm going to be really mean and get the path back. So we got that. So we'll put the path back down, boss up your man, and then we can quick ball away probably the evolution incense. I don't have a lot of energy in my deck, so we're going to get another. And there we go. GG's. It's Arceus is the correct pronunciation for Arceus. It's Arceus. My uncle works at Pokemon. My uncle's nephew's father's son-in-law told me that's the official pronunciation. It's not a great opening hand going first. Gonna be real with you. Playing against Mew VMAX, this is the kind of hand that you don't want to see. But fortunately, I've got a Brave Pumpkin and a double turbo energy, and I'm gonna pass and see what my opponent has got in store for us. Ironically enough, this deck has so many copies of Path to the Peak in it. I'm like pretty confident that even with a start this bad, we can still win. Especially since my opponent ain't got no Genesects. That makes me feel really bad about using Marnie. But what's hilarious is that even without, wow. Even without a Genesect, they still have the turn 1 attack. So, yeah, we pretty much got a Marnie here. See what happens. That's good. Yeah, these are about the best cards I could have asked for here. We've got this, and it's got to be Ultra Ball away, Arceus and Lightning. And go for Crobat. 5 big ones. Yeah, those are certainly 5 cards. And it's looking like Quick Ball away. Yeah. Okay. Quick Ball away the Peak. Let's get ourselves another Arceus. Path. And we'll pass. And hopefully this path sticks. It would be an awful shame if I put myself into... If I put my opponent into some Genesects and a counter stadium. That'd be no good. They've got Mew VMAX. They've got enough energy in play. In fact, yeah, they got a... Ooh. Yeesh. They're going Max Miracle. They do not have anything, actually. Kind of funny. All right, we're going to evolve this bench guy. Evolution Incense and get the Crobat VMAX. And hopefully find a double turbo off this research. That'd be fantastic. We do. Let's go. Beautiful. I can go Trinity Charge and get the 3 energy that I need onto Crobat VMAX. So we're going to go Darkness there, and the final energy on the Arceus. And they scoop. GG's. We got him. Cool. Go get him, Arceus. Dang, someone said that Arceus won every single major event in the United States. That's crazy. True. Yeah. Man. It really makes you think. Here we go. Flying Pikachu. This hand's okay. It's not a great hand. But, yeah, it's a hand. We're chilling. We've got Quick Ball, and we've got Arceus V-Star. So I can Quick Ball for an Arceus, put the Capture Energy on it, go get another fella, and go from there. Looks like I'm playing against Arceus V-Star Duraludon VMAX. This matchup should be fine. We've got some healing power with the Sharon's Cares and the Palpad. It's just, you know, my hand's kind of clunked up a little bit right now. We also have the Paths, which are quite good against the Duraludon VMAXs. So let's kick things off with a Quick Ball. It's a little bit of a tough hand to Quick Ball. We want to keep the Path, and we want to keep the Crobat VMAX. I think ultimately the Crobat VMAX probably the weakest link there. So we'll do that. Grab Arceus V. We've got the Capture Energy. Can go get Bidoof. And just going to be a Crobat for 3 situation. Alrighty then. Looking like a pass. I don't really want to offer any of these guys up at all. But it's fine. We'll just hang out here. I could put the Path down. Which might slow them down turn 2. I'm kind of feeling that. It's fine. And we'll pass. Yeah, it's possible that they kind of have that the Path sticks them here. It does not. Unfortunately. And they have it. Which is fine. We've got Arceus and Path again, but again, I don't want to really play the Path down. At this point, I'm going to save the Path for when I start swinging into Duraludons. My opponent's got, wow, the Arceus, the Mustard, the Stadium, 2 Duraludon VMAX in play. I mean, that's pretty good. The thing about Tower of Darkness in the Duraludon deck, though, is that they are going to consistently discard other Tower of Darkness, which is fine. It means that now they're down 2 stadiums, which is cool because I'm only down 1. So now with just 1 Tower of Darkness, discard Tower of Darkness, like I could probably win the Stadium War. So that's good. However, dealing with this Arceus is going to be a little bit annoying, as it tends to be. Probably looking for Marnie off of this V-Star power. I just want to see a different hand without, like, all these dudes in it. put this guy out. My opponent has not used their V-Star power yet, so that's fine. We're going to go Starbirth and get double turbo Marnie. Just do that. Looking for another Arceus or so. We do find one with the Bibarel, which is pretty much an ideal draw off of that Marnie, so that's perfect. And then we like these other cards, so we're just going to use Industrious Incisors, and then Free Retreats and Trinity Nova. Can accelerate some energy back to our other Arceus, which is fine. I'm just going to leave that Flying Pikachu there. If my opponent wants to Gust and knock it out, that's fine. Basically, we'll be a 2-hit KO for 2 prizes. It's okay. We don't want to evolve that into a VMAX and give my opponent the option to take 3 prizes on it. That would be quite bad. Got Boss in the hand. It's fine. Don't necessarily need it yet. They're going to use their Starbirth, and I'm curious to see what they decide to go for with the Starbirth. Again, I can't really afford to waste They've got 3 stadiums in the discard pile now, though. Wait. And yeah, there's no reason to path my opponent because I want to just save the paths for the Duraludons. I don't want to waste my path to the peak now. Like, stopping the Starbirth doesn't matter as much as stopping Skyscraper. I need to be able to save my paths to turn off a Skyscraper. My opponent might decide to start swinging in with this Duraludon here. They could, like, go Boss, knock out my Arceus or something like that. We'll see what they're doing. They use their Starbirth. I mean, they're using Starbirth now because they're assuming that the Arceus is going down. Which makes sense. You want to get that in there before your fella hits the bin. But I am curious as to where they're going. Yeah, they're going to boss the Flying Pikachu. That's fine. I kind of expected that. I would really like to find an Arceus V-Star here to help get this Arceus out of range. And I am definitely starting off this trade, you know, on the back foot. I've got all 6 prizes remaining. I am about to take 2 prizes on this Arceus. And I've got the Crobat liability on my bench, which maybe didn't need to be there. That's like, might have been able to pinch that turn 1. I'd have to go back and look at the hand and be like, why did I play that? But it's cool. Don't want to give up any more kind of easy liabilities. But I think I need to thin a little bit. Darkness Energy here. Incisors for 2. Pretty good couple of cards. They have most of their stadiums down. I mean, they have 3 down now, so I could do this. And just Marnie. We definitely wanted to disrupt their hand this turn. And we wanted to find an Arceus V-Star to protect this 3 basic energy Arceus, so that's ideal for sure. And do I want to bother benching this Flying Pikachu? If we take a look at the hand is a little bit jammed, especially if after I take 2 more prizes. So, and if my opponent goes boss, they probably win anyway, so it's fine. I think at this point it doesn't really matter. So we'll do that. And they're giving me the well played. Not exactly sure why. I think there's still much game to be had. But we'll see. We get Quick Ball and Phoebe. Phoebe is not very good, but Quick Ball will allow me to thin my hand and draw more cards. They're doing base 250 if they've got the... All right, that's the 4th tower. It's fine. Off of the Marnie. It's good for them. Oh, and they got the Karen. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. That's pretty poggers for sure. Huh. Yeah, that one's going to make winning pretty tough. Ain't it? It's fine. We'll pound. And attach this here. Quick Ball away the Phoebe, which I don't need. Pumpkaboo, yeah, to discard the tower. Let's draw some more cards. Okay, we get Arceus. Flying Pikachu. Try to slow them down just a little bit. Trinity Nova. And say like, okay, you need Switch Boss in order to win. Or a 3rd energy and boss in order to win. And we're kind of just hoping they don't have that. I definitely want to find the Roxanne. I need to Roxanne, and then I need to use Sharon's Care a couple of times in order to avoid losing. Yeah. You think they play the Eldegoss? No. So they're just thinning their deck with an Ultra Ball. They might be about to research. Or they just have nothing. So they yes. So now I do not want to disrupt their hand, right? Because their hand stinks. So now I just go Industrious Incisors. And we find Marnie Roxanne. But we don't want to play either of them. So we just want to Trinity Nova. And say, okay, I need you to not have... I know they don't have a draw supporter in their hand, but I need them to also not have a boss in their hand. They're benching the Duraludon. Why would you... Oh, you just... Got it. Well, that's sad. Maybe I lose that game because I benched the Crobat. So I probably shouldn't have done that. Dang, man. Maybe you just Roxanne there regardless. You probably do. Honestly, you probably just Roxanne there. Like, even if your opponent didn't play a draw supporter, you probably still do it. Yeah. Because you're still, like, you're setting them to a 2-card hand. Still better odds, right? Because you don't know. I knew they didn't have a draw supporter, but you don't know whether or not they have the boss. The only thing you know from that previous turn is that they don't have the energy and that they don't have a draw supporter, probably. Oh, yeah. I mean, you do that all the time. Is like you just hold a hand and you don't even play the draw supporter because you have the game winning. But you do that all the time, for sure. So I think, yeah, you just play the Roxanne there, for sure. All right, looks like we're up against Palkia. We've got a Brave Bidoof in the active spot and a Marnie. Going to be looking for an Arceus and hopefully a Pikachu. And also going to be hoping that my opponent doesn't pop off turn 2 very hard. Because if they do pop off, then it could get a little bit sketchy. But all in all, it's a good matchup. We've got Paths in here. We can shut down the Radiant Greninja. We'll see how many Sobble they're able to get in play. Looks like at least one. And a Capture Energy onto the Palkia. I have not quite understood the inclusion of Capture Energy in the Palkia lists, but it's something that I see quite often on the ladder. It is just an extra basic search card, if you think about it that way, but it does take up your attachment for turn. I guess your attachment for turn doesn't necessarily matter if you could just accelerate energy from the deck, right? But then I guess I would have rather liked to see the Capture Energy go onto the Greninja instead of the Palkia, since the Greninja can actually use it. Just gonna Marnie. Feels really bad to play 0 cards from hand and then Marnie. And our hand here is not great. This is like a game-losing kind of hand, if I'm being honest about it. So let's see. I think at this point you kind of have to just almost have to Crobat, but it because your hand is so bad. It's not ideal, right? And now I've got so many Pokemon in play and no path. Then my opponent could just go turn 2 Radiant Greninja, both my Bidoof. That would be pretty bad. Yeah, that'd be bad for sure. In fact, nothing good seems to be happening here. Yeah, that's a game-losing start right there. And that's kind of what I was saying. That's like my commentary on standard right now. It's it's probably, you can tell game-losing hands right away. You're like, I didn't get anything going, and then it was over. Yeah. My opponent went, shady dealing, Palkia V-Star, and yeah. I trust that with a single shady dealings, my opponent can pull out of this and do what they need to do. They've got multiple energy in the discard pile. Yeah, 2. They're chilling. I'm cool, actually. Probably don't need to watch it. That's you could just scoop that and go to the next game. Right. It's not really... You can confidently scoop that game and go to the next. There's no really counterplay there. They don't play best of 3 in Japan, which is where the game is created. One of the things that I love the most about Gym Leader Challenge is that there's a natural inconsistency to the decks. In some way, I don't know, actually. I take that back completely, because my Gym Leader Challenge deck is more consistent than any of the standard decks that I've been playing lately. Big facts. But they consistently... your average Gym Leader Challenge deck sets up by turn 2 or 3. And by sets up, it's ready to start attacking on, turn 3 is the most common turn where a Gym Leader Challenge deck starts attacking. And I can tell you what, the difference between having 2 turns to establish your board before you start getting pummeled. All right, Zapdos is obviously a big deal, all right? Zapdos gets in there pretty fast. But aside from the Zapdos situation, having a couple of turns to establish a board is a big deal. All right, we're going first in the Arceus mirror. Let's quick ball away Flying Pikachu and go get an Arceus established. We've got a Marnie in our hands, so we can play that next turn. We want to keep the Ultra Ball to go get Arceus, and we definitely want to value these Sharon's Cares. Want to keep the Pumpkaboo. Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like, I want everything in this hand. But you can't always get what you want, right? Do I think my opponent's going to turn one path me if I discard this Pumpkaboo? Probably not. Like, probably not. Yeah, probably not. No shot. I got a pretty good hand anyways, even if they do. We're chilling. Here comes Bidoof. And a pass. Next turn, I can Ultra Ball away Lightning. And whatever my top deck is, go get Arceus V-Star, Marnie, guarantee that I find myself the double turbo energy, which is quite good. Or I can put it all on the bottom of my deck as I get Marnied. And we see the next 4 cards off the top. Well, that's fine. May end up having to use Crobats to dig out of this one. I think my opponent is playing Inteleon. We'll see if they've got another Arceus to accelerate energies onto. Yes, there's a Sobble. Do they have anything else? Or just a Trinity Charge and put the extra energy onto the Arceus situation? Probably just a Trinity Charge to the Arceus situation. Yep. So hopefully we top deck something good. If not, yeah, let's go. Cool. So we're not going to attach that energy. Just going to do this. Go get another Arceus. We're not going to put the path down because obviously I want to use my Arceus V-Star's power. Though I don't even think that I need to here. We'll use Starbirth to go get Ultra Ball and Path. Evolve into Flying Pikachu. Ultra Ball away Crobat and Pikachu. Bibarel. Path. Industrious Incisors. Keep the Quick Ball to be able to thin the hand down again. Post Incisors. And we go Trinity Nova. And can accelerate 1 energy to this benched Arceus. We're going to be playing the Sharon's Care game in this matchup. So we want to give ourselves plenty of resources to be able to bounce Arceus back up to our hand. Lay down double turbos, things like that. We want to keep as many energy in the deck as possible so that we can continuously use Trinity Nova throughout the game and don't run dry on energy. Arita in Arceus Inteleon is kind of interesting. Obviously, Arita's a card's good for searching out water Pokemon. You see this card a lot in Palkia decks because both Palkia and Inteleon are water type. But Arceus is not water type, so Arita, you know, can kind of just serve as a supporter card here to go get a Drizzile and something else. My opponent's got Starbirth, it's fine. But they're still in a pretty tough spot because their Arceus is damaged, so they're going to be giving up these 2 prizes. They have to use Starbirth to try and recoup their board state with another Arceus, and they're going to swing into my Arceus, and thus the Arceus Wars begin. I am starting out ahead, though, which is nice. And both of our decks are probably using multiple Sharon's Care and a Pal Pad. It's a good top deck. Most assuredly, quick ball away the Marnie, as I do not want to play it because my opponent's hand is small. And then we're going to Industrious Incisors. We do not find what we are looking for. So I think I will retreat into this Arceus and bounce around a little bit. Trinity Nova for the knockouts. Go another Lightning Energy onto this Arceus. And we'll take our 2 prizes. We've got double Ultra Ball and a Bidoof. The Collapse Stadium is a little bit annoying. I would like to set up a second Bibarel to allow me to draw through the deck a little bit more. But that's fine. I'm confident that we'll be able to find a path to bump it. We do play plenty of path, and there are 2 more left in this deck. My opponent's sending up Drizzile. Could mean maybe we're about to see either a Scoop Up Net or a Raihan to attack with Aqua Bullets. Aqua Bullets could soften up the Arceus. I don't have Choice Belt in here, so I have no opportunity to knock out that Arceus on the bench. We're just playing a purely defensive game with our Arceus trying to disrupt my opponent's prize game with Sharon's Care, retreating, just being annoying. All of that. My opponent looking at their deck with Shady Dealings. They can select 2 trainer cards from the deck to put into their hand. They're going to grab Evolution Incense and Irida. That's interesting. I'm not exactly sure that the Irida is going to be doing for them what they need right now. What Irida, I could just get like another Sobble or something. And maybe a Quick Ball, get another Arceus. At a certain point, they're going to need to be a little bit more proactive, I think. Oh, they got Cross Switcher. Cool. Got it. That definitely makes sense. Here comes my Arceus V-Star. They need another Arceus, though, so they're probably putting down this Drizzile. I'm going to use Quick Ball, and then they only have 2 cards in hand. So that is tough. But I do know that they have Inteleon in the hand, right? So I know that they do. I don't know what that's what that last card is. So I do know what that last card is. It's Inteleon. And they have 2 energy on the benched Arceus. So what I could do is I could gust up this Drizzile and make it so that they cannot Shady Dealings. I mean, I could do that. Feels kind of bad, but it's possible. Promote Peak. And then play down the Bidoof. Play down the double turbo energy. Ultra Ball away the Marnies. Go get the other Arceus out of the deck. And I guess if I double Sharon's Care, I'm still like in a good spot. I don't really want to use the Pal Pad yet. Let's just stay slow and steady here. That's fine. Just going to retreat in Trinity Nova. We're still in a fine spot. We've got the 2 Sharon's Care in the deck still. And the deck is only 16 cards. We've got an Ultra Ball, and we can double Bibarel next turn. And we got the Roxanne. So we know they're going to Shady Dealings. We know they're going to go get a Sharon's Care. We're already aware of this. They have to attach their final energy to the Arceus V. So that means that if they don't have any water left in the deck, they will need to... They will not be able to stream Sharon's Care again, right? Because they evolve here, they Sharon's Care, they have Scoop Up Net, so they'll reset the Intellion, they can use Drizzile, they can bench this, but the question is, do they have water in deck to accelerate to this Arceus to make it so that they can Sharon's Care again next turn? We'll see. They're deciding to hold their hand. And they have no water left. We top deck the Sharon's Care, which is great. So we are going to use Sharon's Care. Go into Arceus. We'll bench this. Put down Lightning. And then... They can't really Sharon's Care, but they could Boss Choice Belt knock out my benched Arceus. I don't have a big charm or anything, so that's just a risk we take. It's kind of okay. We're still in a pretty good spot as far as the resource war goes. So yeah, let's just Trinity Nova. No energy left in my deck. But we're good on energy attachments, though. And I've got the Flying Pikachu. So they can use Shady Dealings. And I'm imagining it's going to be a Choice Belt boss situation. They'll chase my Arceus. And they'll manually attach to the Arceus on the bench. Now, if they do that... they're going to go for Melanie instead. Okay. That's actually fine with me. Because it means they're not taking a knockout. I get to keep this hand. I get to evolve my Arceus back. I'm probably taking a knockout on this Arceus. I'm actually really impressed with this list's ability to go toe-to-toe with the Arceus Intellion variants as far as the resource game is concerned. I would have thought that the Arceus Intellion variants would just blow this version out of the water like previously, but the Palpat and the Double Sharon's Care really helps. And Roxanne. I mean, this deck is kind of Roxanne-proof. With the Bibarel, it has such a good internal response to the Roxanne. All right, here we're taking a knockout, going to 2 prizes remaining. It would be pretty busted to be able to Sharon's Care again, so let's get this and then Ultra Ball it away. It's fine. We've got this. We've got this. We've got Ultra Ball away these. We've got this. Palpad back in. The boss and the Sharon's Care. And let's be real. See what we find. We've got Path. And incisors for 1. Find research. So, I think that we just go Trinity Nova. That's fine. No energy left in the deck. And then we're looking for like boss game, basically. They can Roxanne me, but I've got the 2 boss in the deck. So we should be okay to do that. Also got Sharon's Cares, so I can do a cheeky play where I attach double turbo energy to peak, and then I Sharon's Care the Arceus, get the lightning back, right? And attach it to my Pikachu to have another attacker, which is really good. And we can see my opponent prepping for the big Roxanne turn, but I've only got, what, 10 cards in deck, 7 cards in hand, 17 cards, 2 Bibarel established, so my ability to draw out of this late game Roxanne is going to be pretty high, as we can see here. Now the question is, you know, if I swing, my opponent could put me in a compromising situation because then they could Sharon's Care and attack with a single prizer. So in an ideal world, we go boss, but sometimes, well, let's see. Yeah, sometimes you just want to Roxanne them back. And that's okay. And I've got double Sharon's Care in my hand. So, well, I guess I don't have it in my hand any longer. But that's fine. We Trinity Nova. If they don't Sharon's Care, then I have boss for game. Right? And there we go. GG's. Roxanne them to poo, and then you win. Well, I think they would Sharon's Care and go in with Intellion. I guess they'd have to put the Arc V down, but then I can't one-hit KO the Arc V, so I could chase it again, but then they could just go back to Intellion, right? So it's like... Cool. I'm going first, and I got a broken hand, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, going first against some spicy Rowlet deck. My goodness. We've got Capture Energy. We've got some plays. We can go get Bidufsky. And then kind of just wait and see what my opponent is doing. Ah. I don't like what you're doing. I really do not. In fact, I am feeling the urge to concede. This is probably just a Decidueye deck. Yeah. Well, we'll see what's up, though. And I guess I'm not taking a knockout. They had a Crushing Hammer, so... yeah, I don't particularly feel like playing this out, to be honest. I guess I can, though, with Phoebe Palpat. All right, fine. Fine. Okay. Let's do this thing. Gotta get rid of... guess I could get rid of these. And go get Peak. Just Trinity Charge. And then see what my opponent's doing. Yeah, Whimsicott V-Star was cool and all, and then, you know, Palkia came out and made the deck completely invalid. Yeah. Unfortunate. No, why would you remove my energy again? No, Whimsicott cannot compete with Palkia. So it's not worth it. Literally, like, Whimsicott cannot even remotely beat. Oh, what do I got? Oh, what is this? Cannot even remote. Okay. Yeah, Whimsicott also does nothing against Regigigas or Blissey. Right. All Blissey has to do is get one energy on itself, and then it accelerates the rest from the discard pile. So yeah. Yeah, Whimsicott's a dead deck, unfortunately. I don't feel like playing this matchup. So we're going to the next one. I think that the Mewtwo deck was the Mewtwo v Union deck was like a genius meta call for the North American International Championships, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily like a meta mainstay. It'll be interesting to see how players respond to the, you know, multiple month hiatus going into World Championships. Or I guess it's like a month and a half or so. What's up, Aerosol Lung? What the 5 gifted subs? Thank you so much, Aerosol. 65 total to the channel so far. Thanks, Aerosol. Got Arceus, cool. And pretty decent hand going on, so can't complain. Yo, Jolteon VMAX. Been a while since I've played against Jolteon VMAX. That is interesting. They're going first, so that's, you know, pretty tough. I do have a double turbo energy, though. And I can start powering up my guys on the first turn of the game. Do also play double Sharon's Care, which could help as well. I like that. And we've got Path. Not that that matters, because my opponent will definitely play Path. So that's not going to be the best card for us. Probably don't want to bench the Crobat. We're just going to Marnie. And yeah, that's not great. It's kind of fine, though, I guess. Because you just go Trinity Charge to yourself. And then next turn, you evolve into Arceus V-Star, and they can't damage anything on your bench if I don't bench anything. Thank you, Envy Dark Lord, for the Prime sub in the 3 months. Right? I mean, if I don't bench anything, I'm chilling, dude. You can't spread to my bench. That's right. They've got Jolteon VMAX now. Drizzile, Shady Dealings can get them whatever they want. Oh, the fan. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure I'll find the double turbo again. That's going to be chill. I guess I could have gone 3. I could have gone another basic energy. I guess technically it's been a while since I've played against this deck. But yeah, in hindsight, I should have. But it's cool. I could just use my V-Star power to go get it. So it does not matter. It do not matter. So let's do it. And I know they got a Drizzile in hand. So let's Starbirth and just go get double turbo. And a quick ball. Here we go. Quick ball away the Path. grab the other Arceus. And then this is kind of poggers if I... No, it's not. Alright, I know that the Drizzile is like their lifeline right now. Yeah, let's just put that down to Marnie. It's fine. Because we want to find the Sharon's Care. Ultimately, that's what we're looking for. So we go Trinity Nova there. We put our 3 energy onto the Arceus V. And we just say, okay. What we're looking for is the Sharon's Care. And we just start looping these Arceus. Not really a lot of liabilities down. You know, if you go for my Bidoof, the Bidoof is low-key here is kind of a trap. Right? Because if they target down the Bidoof, that means that I get to Sharon's Care into a fresh Arceus V-Star. Which is kind of hilarious. So we'll see who they go for. Yeah, they go for the Arceus. I think that's a correct identification, right? And since they are going for the Arceus, that means that the Bidoof doesn't really matter if I put it down. So that's why we decided to bench the Bidoof. Because they're not going to even go for it. They know better. And then we loop-de-loop. We send up this guy. And then put down Arceus. You give me the angry face. It's fine. Double turbo here. And I go Trinity Nova. But then they might just Sharon's Care. Which that would be annoying. Wouldn't it? What if they Sharon's Care, dude? Or are they Cheryl, I should say. That would be bad. They'd heal like almost 400 damage. But they have to have the energy in hand as well. In order to pull off the Cheryl play. They need to have energy and Drizzile for Cheryl. And one of those cards in hand is a Rod, so they can't possibly have it all. Yep. So they have to Shady Dealings for research or something. Yep. So it's going to be Shady Dealings for research. And now I have an opportunity to knock out one of these Jolteon. Got Flying Pikachu. I can even... Oh, this thing's weak to lightning? Yeah, I don't want to put that down. I'm cool on Flying Pikachu, actually. Dude, they didn't even get the ping for the bench. That's... Yikes. Yeah, that's not ideal. No. That's bad. That's real bad. Cool. So we're going to go there and get the incisors. The industrious fella. So industrious. Wow. And then, in an ideal world, I hit the other Sharon's Care. I don't know that that's, like, going to happen, but it'd be sick if I did. Let's just switch into the Arceus first. Because this thing can take a knockout regardless. But I guess I'm giving them the free damage counter, so I don't necessarily want to do that. It's fine. I can just retreat back into my other Arceus if I have to. That's fine. We'll draw 3. We did not find it. But with the evolution, I am now doing 160, which is enough. And can quick ball away this. Go get myself yet another Arceus. There is no more V-Star in my deck, but that's fine. And we'll Marnie. We basically just Trinity Nova for the knockout. I guess, yeah, maybe I should have retreated and take that knockout with this guy for sure. Because by retreating and taking the knockout with this guy, then I'm not giving them the free damage to the bench. So, something to think about. We do get 3 prizes for that, though. And they have to play Cheryl this turn. Yes, so they do. And with the lightning, it's cool. They scoop up nets. And they're going to take a knockout on this Arceus. They still got 4 more prizes to take. After this one, though. So I think I'm probably just going to research into the deck and start looking for Palpad to Sharon's Care again. Probably. Just try to draw as much as possible. They do have to Sharon's Care again in order to have a chance. So let's just thin the bad cards out of the deck. We've got a Sharon's Care and a boss in there. And is the Palpad in there? It is not. So the Palpad, she is prized. But that is fine. We'll thin. Do we want to bench this guy? Probably not, because I could go boom, knock out Bibero, and then boom, knock out Bibero, and it's game over. So we don't want to bench the second guy. We'll Evolution Incense and thin out this fella. Attach this. And research. Okay. Got Ultra Ball. Away, Flying Pikachu. And Ultra Ball. Potentially should have. Nah, it's fine. Should have kept the second Ultra Ball. And we'll draw. Quick Ball's good. Alright, then we're going to Trinity Nova. And say, okay, you need to Sharon again. They're going, or Cheryl again. They're going straight for the Evolution Incense, which makes me think that they have it. They just need to have another energy. They're down 3 scoop up nets, so that's fine. They're down 3 energy. This is 4th energy. They've got the Cheryl, so that's Cheryl number 2. It's probably the only other Cheryl we'll have to deal with. So obviously getting some heal would be very good here. They do also have to, ping this benched Arceus, which is fine. And they got Max Thunder Rumble. Cool. There's Pumpkaboo. I've got the Crobat still in the deck, so it's like Crobat time. Here we go, Pumpkaboo. It's definitely dig for the good stuff time. Let's Quick Ball away. Probably the Marnie. Crobat. Capture energy to the Pumpkaboo is fine. Fail it. Draw some cards. Cool. Let's put Path in play. Ultra Ball away these. And draw a few more cards. That's fine. I draw a few more cards. We go Sharon's Care. Put this guy up. And we should be good now. Theoretically. We should be chilling. Kinda. Hopefully. Well, we'll see. Yeah, hopefully. I do 180. And so long as I should have kept the Marnie instead of the Roxanne, but it's fine. So long as they can't Cheryl again, we should win, right? And most lists are not playing 3 Cheryl, so the thing they'd have to do is they'd have to like Intellion for Palpad and scoop up nets, and then they'd have to like, nah, they're just gonna Marnie. Okay. So I've got Boss. It's going into the bottom of the deck. They need me to not have it. And they need to be able to attack with this guy. They do not have an attack even, though. And I have got the game-winning boss's orders. So GG's Jolteon. That was a close one, actually. It was close. But, again, the Arceus Bibarel deck really showing its grit there with multiple Share and Scare. And you can see how flexible that card really is with your win condition. Good stuff. Cool. All right, guys. I got some stuff I got to do today. I'll be back tomorrow. You guys rock. I know. I didn't play a lot of Pokemon cards today because I got stuff on my mind. So, it's time for me to go. I got a meeting this afternoon. Working on planning my wedding, so lots to do, much to think about. Thank you guys for being awesome. I'll be back tomorrow again. And again, congratulations to the top finishers from the North American International Championships and our NAIC 2022 champion, Azul Garcia Griego, as well as our finalist, Isaiah Bradner. Great stuff from both of those guys. See you guys.